Alrighty. What is up, everybody? We are here. I'm here. Welcome. If you're watching the VOD after the fact, type a number. All right, we did a number 1 yesterday. We did letter 1 in the comments yesterday. If you're watching this VOD right now after the fact, type number 2 in the comments. Been loving seeing all the VOD watchers pop into the comments. I try to leave a heart for everyone that I can. So I'm gonna head over. I'm gonna just get into this warm up right away before people start getting here and stuff. But yeah, welcome once again. Shoutouts to the people watching the VOD after the fact, and hello, first flying. Welcome, first one here, and Versified. What up? I'm gonna have to turn on my music here, but let's start with some Magic Crap. Because I've been kind of fucking up in Magic Crafters lately, guys. I'm not going to lie to you, so. Welcome, though. Very, continuing this grind today. This last week of grinding, you could say, before taking a little bit of a break. So, yeah, we're still pushing hard. I woke up at the crack of noon today. Ready to party. No, actually, I woke up really early today, annoyingly, because I don't know why, I just couldn't get back to sleep. Like, I woke up to feed, like, the cat or something, and then I just couldn't go back to sleep. So, I basically was, like, up all morning, but then I was like, fuck this. I jerked off, and then I went to sleep again until like, noon, because I was like, look, it's either I'm just going to get up and do nothing for, like, a few hours, or I can actually, because I knew I was going to be tired if I'd have just stayed up and then streamed later on, like, I can't, like, for the time that I stream, like, I can't wake up at 8 a.m. because I've spent the whole day, before going live, by that point. And I want to be fresh in this game. So I went back to sleep like a good gamer. I went back to sleep, and, man, I had some crazy dreams when I went back to sleep as well. I fucking got, I was like in like a parking lot skateboarding with my friend Morno. Shouts Morno. And, yeah, and like, yeah, it was just fun. It was wild. But anyways, what up, everyone on YouTube? I see you guys. Before I get too deep into this IL practice, welcome everybody. Versified, P. Hay, Sailor Galaxy. Let me get my mic all perfect here. Kin, Nasty Hork, Firefly, welcome. It's good to see you guys. Oh, no, Kin, you know what? I'm glad you brought that up. I got rid of stream streaks. We were talking about it yesterday. I just did that before stream. So yeah, fucking rip your 44 stream streak. Fucking fuck you, bitch. No, thank you. I will say thank you for the. Oh no, okay. Now everyone says, oh no. Like we weren't all in agreement yesterday that the streaks are fucking annoying. I guess maybe you guys like them. I get it, but they were annoying for me. I'm sorry, guys. Like. Because I only get, this is why it was annoying. I appreciate you guys watching the streaks, by the way, like watching multiple days in a row. Don't get that twisted. I super appreciate that. But when it came to the streaks, it would like take up like an event on my activity feed, which is kind of a big deal. If you guys stream, you need to be able to see like when people sub and stuff. So if like my activity feed would get filled up with like, oh, 5 stream streaks, and it's like, and then I feel like I look over and then it's like, because something happened, I want to acknowledge, I would be, thank you for watching my stream a couple times in a row. Like it's every time. So it's like, I got over it so quick. But for all the bitches here that like showing off how much they watch me, I still left the channel points there. I was tempted to get rid of channel points as well. I kind of wanted to. But for all you bitches that love the stream streak and all the, flexing your massive penis in my chat for how much you lurk, which again, thank you. The channel points are still there, okay? So, I will acknowledge those without whining. It was just the stream streaks were getting to be too much for me to like keep up with. And it just got annoying. I don't want like you guys showing, doing that to be annoying, I want it to be like, oh, hey, thank you for fucking redeeming like the fucking whatever, the LOL thing, like that, because that actually feels like that's like once in a while. That's like, oh, thank you for that, That actually feels like a more earnest thank you for watching than like a 5 stream streak or whatever. So yeah, that was my logic there. So yeah, TLDR, I got rid of stream streaks. Yeah, I'll thank you, Cog. What would I do without you? I'd like have missed every gem in this level. I'm just running through. Elucidark, mwah. I'll kiss you specifically. because you guys should see. Lucidark posted a sick ass clip in the Spyro Discord of doing a fuck. I didn't know you could do this. You could in Spyro 3, Sproders are much harder than in Spyro 2, or at least they're less strong. And Lucidark said, I don't even care. Like, they did a Sproder around the entire back of Fireworks Factory. Like, that shit was tight. That was, like, really satisfying. I want to tell you that. Like, I watched that, I was like, damn, that was sick. That was, like, on the same level in my mind as, like, when Ash does, like, the fucking wall glide around the Nasty's homeworld floor. Because it's, like, slanted on the side right before the water. So you, like, wall glide around underneath all the dragon heads and stuff. That shit's cool. It definitely was satisfying in that same way. You advise against removing channel points for my own safety. You're gonna hunt me down and you're gonna send a nuke to my house if I get rid of them. It's that serious, huh? What was I doing? I was gonna do something, but I forgot. Oh yeah, Monkey. Thank you for the resub. And by the way, let me turn it up so I can hear you guys a bit better. Hear those damn resubs. Also refresh the thing so that way I will guaranteed hear it. OBS has a fun bug where you have to, with alerts, you have to turn the monitor and output off and then on again in order to actually hear it. If you ever switch audio output devices. Just a fun little OBS quirk. Hype Train, thank you for the Hype Train. Fuck you. This is why I can't have stream streaks. It's because I just read the first fucking thing that it says there. Like, you know, you guys see what I'm saying? You guys see my logic now, right? Like, thank you, Elucidark, for the sub. And Monkey. I'll literally be like, thank you, Hype Train. Thank you, Stream Streak, for the stream streak. You know, I'll be saying shit like that. Embarrassing. What's up, Lex? Hey, Vivi. Thank you for the good luck. I did rename channel points just to channel points because that's what I call them, you know. I don't call them. What was it like? It said like it was penis points before. I almost renamed it to just cum. It lets you do it as like you could type any curse word there. Like they don't care, but I just renamed it to channel points because then it's more. Then it's like when I talk about it, people know what I'm talking about. Penis point, because I would be fine calling them cum points or penis points or whatever. But like, I just forget like that's what they're called or whatever. Because like I said, I don't give a shit about channel points or any of that stuff. So. But for you guys, I kept them. I kept the penis club, channel point redemption, and all that. So Beck's balls. Yeah, I know, the real stream streaker is me. We did get rid of stream streaks, for those who are just joining right now. But the real stream streaker is me, being fucking naked every day for you guys. I get the last say in what a streak is and what isn't, if you really think about it. Yeah, no, if I'd have gotten rid of channel points, I was tempted to. But I knew if I'd have gotten rid of them, there would have actually been like, people would have been very upset. People would have not been happy about that. At least with the stream streaks, it's like, okay, whatever, we can do without those. But yeah, if someone had like fucking like, what, like hundreds of thousands of points, that's like how many hours, dozens of hours of watch time. Just you watching me. I'd feel bad for everyone that was saving up and then just had them all disappear like that. I feel like if I do ever get rid of channel points, I should like have a day where I switch it all up so that they actually do something. Like a day where I don't speedrun and I'm just like, I set up all of the point like alerts and videos and explosions and everything, and I just play RuneScape and drink, and it'll just be like a burn your points day. And then it's just like fucking setting off like green screen, like explosions and like fucking shit flying across, little anime girls popping up from all the channel points. And then I'll get rid of them. That would be like the best way to do it. Then that way everyone can spend all their points. If I did that. That's the only way I think I could Get rid of channel points in good consciousness is like take a day where everyone spends them all. It'd be dope if the eclipse opened a portal to hell. Yeah, Sarah showed me like a live stream of the eclipse that just happened. I think it's still about to happen for us. It's like, I don't know, something like that. Sarah yelled something, I don't know what. We need the cute mods in the penis club. Yeah, sure. What's up, Dragonbird? Good to see you. And Bex, of course, I didn't say hi to you. Blue Eye, VX, Piggy Bamp. Piggy Bamf. La 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 la. All right. I'm still just warming up. I'm not even like playing this game right now. I'm completely autopilot, like not even looking at the fucking screen. I'm just looking more at the chat than my screen. Let's see if I can actually do an OKIL here. Let's see if that's a thing. I grab these gems through the wall. Look. See those two blues? You guys always are like, why don't you fucking charge through these? Someone asked me that the other day. Why don't you charge through these? It's because we grabbed 3 blue gems through the wall there. In fact, I think I missed one. You can see that one. There'd be 2 more here where I'm standing. So that allows you to kill the thief a lot more quickly when you grab them through the wall. If you don't grab them through the wall, I'll show you, just pretending like I didn't grab them through the wall, you'd have to do something like this. You'd jump around here and then flame and then roll like that. That's the Saboom. Saboom invented that. And in all honesty, it's really just about as fast as... Here, hold on, I'm gonna make a save state just to kind of show this to you guys. It's really not a big time save. And I'll show you guys why. Because the alternative, which is the more intuitive strategy that people think of... I don't need to grab that dragon, I don't know what I did. The more intuitive strategy here, I'm just going to jump straight to that island just to show you guys, would be this, right? I'm going to set the splits right when I go through the... Right when I go off the ramp. Be this, and then that, right? That was like 9, 10 seconds. Like 10 seconds right on the void out. But here, this is the current strat now. Oh, I fucking pressed the wrong R3 button. Also, they released new practice codes today that I need to download. So I got to do some CD burning one of these evenings. Here we go. Okay. So here would be the other strat. This is like this is the actual strat. The through the wall. So it'd be like 8. It's actually 1 to 2 seconds faster doing it this way. Whereas the fade out happened on like second. I would say I did both of those like pretty reasonable execution. Obviously, it needs more samples, but like 1 to 2 seconds faster. I think it's fair to say, up to 2 seconds faster. So actually, I thought they were actually closer in speed than they actually are. It goes to show. My whole reason that I showed that off is it goes to show that it's not always the most intuitive thing, especially when it comes to supercharging, that saves you the most time. Like, there's another strategy outside of high caves. Let me show you. I'm going to take you guys on a trip down memory lane here. Let me head over to I'm going to go to high caves and then exit high caves and show you guys the old homeworld we used to do. Keto, thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. Love you, Keto. What was I doing? Oh, yeah, exit. Actually, you know what I should do is before I exit, let me practice this start a little bit. Because I am trying to grab the blue gem now. Like that. So this part it's always needs practice. Yeah, that's good. If I do it like that every time, I'm happy. What's up, Koifu? Ooh, that was bad. But yeah, that is a definite gem you want to grab at any percent. Had to sort of relearn that movement. Your bangs are so hot. Oh yeah, Dragonbird, I did see your, not to embarrass you too much or anything, but I did, I've been seeing your selfies recently, and yeah, they're, you look good. Try not to sound weird or anything, but yeah, you definitely look good. You look like a hot bitch. Not as hot as Sarah, of course. You know, let's not get it twisted. Yeah, you look great. Bitch. It's hard for me to like genuinely compliment like a woman without sounding weird, right? Anybody ever feel that way about like that's one of those things where like if I just like if I get a drink or two in my body, I'll just compliment everyone like I don't give a fuck. Like, hey, you look beautiful. I actually feel better saying that to someone face to face than liking like a social media post. Like I never like any of Dragonbird's like selfies, for example, because then it's like, what are you liking this girl? Like what does that mean? You know, it's like there's like more, or like over a live stream, it's like there's more to misconstrue versus if you just tell someone to their face like, hey, you look beautiful. You know, you can like get all the inflect, get the whole moment there. No? I'm more of a face-to-face complimenter than I am a live stream complimenter, I guess. So yeah, fuck you, Dragonbird. You actually suck. I'm kidding. Bitch. I'm only allowed to think she's hot because you do. Well, there you go. Off the chain. Off the hook. Okay, get me out of here. So yeah, I want to show you guys this homeworld here because for so many years, we used to do this supercharge, at least in 120%. You know, keep in mind, I haven't ran any percent for a very long time compared to 120. Set a save state. All right, check this out. This used to be the supercharge. You would kill those metal guys early and then go around this way and grab all those gems and then do that. And doesn't that make so much sense, right? It's like, why not grab those gems that way? But the reason why not is because we end up having to go behind the portal anyways to do a Boldar skip. So we end up having to go back through here. So even like optimally speaking, it's like, you think, well, okay, even with that being the case, even with having to go back through the portal and do Boldar skip, you know, touch the dragon through the portal, you're still collecting 2 spring chests with a supercharge, whereas where currently we don't do that. Why not do that? You know, that should be faster, right? Compared to doing this twice, just supercharge through this room. But actually, it's not. Saboom proved that in 2016. Saboom literally put one of the few timing comparison videos he ever made was showing everybody that it's actually not faster to supercharge through this room under any condition. It's always faster to flame these spring boxes. So yeah, getting back to the point that like things that might seem like the fastest thing at a glance or that you might assume are the fastest thing aren't always the fastest thing. That's the whole moral of that story. Who wizarding they peak right now? Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed my nerdy speedrun routing history moment. Anyways, let's do some blowhard. Maybe do some bog, and then we'll do a run. I don't feel like doing the rest of the level. That's fine. Let's head over to Bog. Let's just spot check stuff. Let's head over to Bog. Do a little bit of that. Blow R2, yeah. Dude, who would blow my R2? Honestly, I need someone to blow on this R2. You know what I'm saying? Help fix my controller. I need someone to help control me by blowing my R2. You can avoid that green. Feeling good in this level, though. Smooth. Classic bullshit. That would be like the high skip route. Like, I skipped, what was it? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I skipped like 13 gems there compared to what I normally would get. Saving maybe like 3 or 4 seconds. Optimally speaking, if I didn't get body blocked. So that's where you burn that downstairs area is really where you burn gems if you're over gemmed going into this level. I also missed a 5 earlier, so I guess I'm down bad on 17 gems technically. Do some bog or some guanton here. You could technically burn gems in guanton as well. Let me just test that, what that would feel like. Like maybe just grabbing those and just going straight up. Because then you're missing, that would be a blue, green, or nah. That's another 12 gems if you decide not to turn around for an extra 2 or 3 seconds. Not really advisable to skip gems in this room, even though it seems like it would make sense to skip some gems in here. It makes more sense to skip those downstairs. Because if you do everything right downstairs, you skip maybe 12 gems for like a 4-second time save, ideally. Or 2 different 2-second time saves, you could say. 7 and 7, 7 and 5 respectively, or 7 and 4, something like that. Gems for 4 seconds total versus guanton, you'd be skipping 12 gems for maybe a second or 2, like 2 seconds. And by the time you get to that point, especially if you are rushing, you'll have already missed gems anyway, so you kind of don't want to burn too hard. You don't want to burn too close to the sun with shit like that, you know? I'm gonna make my webcam a little brighter here. You guys can see me in full beauty. Is it? It's not like dark. It's just like overcast right now. But yeah, probably the eclipse has something to do with that as well. All right, I'm thinking maybe let's just hop into a run. I'll go to the rat real quick. Just for, yeah, I'll do the metalhead out of bounds and then I'll do the rat and then we'll do a run. All right, deal? Can we agree on that? I feel like that's agreeable, right? Your coworker sending you flirty text. You don't want anything to do with her, but you don't want to be rude. Is this like true or? This sounds like a Reddit, like, made up, like, thread. All right. You know what I mean? This sounds like a, am I the asshole? My coworker is sending me flirty text, but I don't know what to do, you know? It's 100% true. I mean, if it's really upsetting you, this is obviously it really just depends on the context. Like, if you're a girl getting harassed by a guy that's in power, that's different than like if it's just someone that's like on your same like. If they're this is my opinion, is if they're on the same level as you, like they're not your boss or they're not above you on the totem pole at your job. If they're on the same level as you, then talk to them. You know, just be like, hey, like chill with the flirtiness. Like otherwise, I will have to talk to HR. You know, like I'm not going to. I'll be the homie for now, but this is your warning. You know, you could just tell them that. I know that's going to be an uncomfortable conversation, but. That would be the homie move, would be to do that and then go to HR if like, you know, when they inevitably don't stop. And if you're convinced that they're not going to stop or you don't even want to have that conversation with them, it's completely within your right to go to HR or your boss and complain. Like you shouldn't feel bad about that. Like if you need to do that, you need to do that. Like some guy, like I get it. Some guys just don't take a fucking hint, you know, like, so you got to just go to HR, you know, it's not a whole lot you can do. In that situation. That would be my advice. But yeah, if they're your boss, on the other hand, if they're your boss and they're flirting with you and there's no HR department, like in Sarah's case, there's no fucking HR at her job, there's just her boss and her boss is a fucking dick, so she's just got to deal with it. He doesn't hit on her or anything, but he just is a shitty boss, you know? So it's like, well, time for a new job at that point, unfortunately. That's kind of where Sarah's at right now. Bullshit, though. Always the people in power that are the fucking most asshole. Funny how that works out. L-r-r-up? Is this another Reddit term? What the fuck does that stand for? Oh, lawyer up. Lawyer up. I thought that was like a complicated acronym. Oh, you saw the eclipse? Nice. Is it like happening right now? Am I missing it as we speak? Let me just look out the window. I think it's like overcast, so I can't see the sun. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's technically sort of happening right now. It's like sort of happening right now where I'm at, but I mean, I can't see the sun, so it's kind of unfortunate. Maybe if I went fully outside, I would see it better. Don't look at it without glasses. I mean, I'll be fine. I mean, doesn't that same logic apply to like just don't look at the sun in general without glasses? Like I'm a big boy. I can handle glancing at the sun for 2 seconds. It's not gonna fucking instantly burn your eyes out or anything. Do I have family in AK? What the fuck is AK? I don't even know what that is. Arkansas? No. I have family in Missouri. They're not at Missouri right now. Most of my family's in California at the moment. My eyes! Yeah, I know. Just like you take one glance at the sun, your eyes just go like they catch on fire like a cartoon. I used to like intentionally try to look at the sun as a kid, which was obviously really dumb. But I learned that like, you know, you'll like partially, you know, I wouldn't like go crazy and like really hurt myself or anything, but like I'd look at it for like a second or two and then I'd like close my eyes immediately. And then you could see like there's a name for that, like where you see like the rainbow spot where the bright thing you were looking at was when you close your eyes. And then it goes away after a couple seconds. So yeah, as long as you're not doing shit like that with the eclipse, as long as you're not staring at it and like fucking giving yourself those, then I think you're good. Yeah, maybe that's why I have to wear glasses though. Probably not though. I think it actually has more to do with a little thing called astigmatism. And your skull, your eyeballs, like when they tried to explain astigmatism to me, this shit blew my mind because they were like, as your skull and your body grow, like, you know, I'm like done growing now. I'm like 28 years old. But as you grow into your adult sized like body, your eyeballs they either get like compressed or like not compressed, but they get like offset from where like the mirror of like the retina. It's so hard to describe, but it's like it's a cone, right? Like in your eyes, and so that cone has to perfectly align with your retina in order, like with the actual like the end part of your eyeball to actually make things appear clear. That's why glasses, they just adjust like where that cone's point is, you know, through different thicknesses of glass in order to like give the like in order to clean your eyes or whatever. Did my webcam just flash green right there? Did you guys see that? Am I stoned? I saw that shit yesterday too. I don't know why. Anyways, let's go to Nork Nexus. I probably explained that completely wrong, by the way. I'm not an eye expert. This is just like, I'm just imagining like the diagrams that they showed me of like the cone like coming to a point at the end of your eye. And when you have astigmatism, your eye grows or is a little offset from where that point of the cone would be. It's like, it's a pretty crazy, it's really just, it's like a geometric problem more than it is like an actual like condition, so to speak. I mean, it is a condition, but you know what I'm saying. Cyclone, thank you for the tier 3. Appreciate that. It says, I don't know why this appeared since I already upped to tier 3, but what the heck. Yeah, I know. The classic, like, late Twitch, like, announcement in the chat thing. I know exactly what you're talking about. That reminds me. You know, I'm going to do this right now while I'm thinking about it. I got to, like, cancel some of my subs before they refill. I'm going to do this off screen real quick. Should just take, like, one off screen real quick. Hey, just take, like, just shut the fuck up. Should just take like 1 second. Sorry, I was talking to myself. I heard, you know, when you open your own stream and it's like, hey, shut up. Where is it? Subscriptions. So I've canceled all my mobile subs, but I need to cancel my. Oh, I think I already did. Except for Bex. Okay, Don't renew Bex's subscription. Don't worry, it's nothing personal, Bex. I just do that for everybody. Because the worst feeling is like, it's like you said, it's like when you set it to renew, or it's like when you just get a sub, it just auto renews, and then it's like, fuck, I only meant to. Each time I sub to someone, I want it to be me like pressing the button and being like, all right, let me like I don't have the emotes, let me get the emotes, you know. I want it to actually be like a conscious decision on my part to give money. I hate it. I fucking hate that subscriptions are always set to auto renew. You can't automatically set them to not renew. You have to, anytime you subscribe to someone on Twitch, you have to go into your subscriptions on that device, whether it's on desktop or mobile, because those are different interfaces. And you have to go on that device. You have to look at your subs and select don't renew. And it's very intentionally set up that way. In fact, I'm one to complain, right? Like, I'm the only part of the reason I have a fucking career in streaming is because people forget to not renew to unrenew their subscriptions. Like, it's very much intentionally designed that way to be out of the way and not easy to, you know, you have to constantly be. You have to do an extra step, you know? It's really slimeball corporate shit. You know? And like I said, it's kind of a great irony that like a lot of my living comes from people just not even necessarily trying to support me over and over, but it's just they clicked sub like 6 months ago and they just never deselected auto renew, like they just forgot or they don't go, or maybe they do, or maybe in the case of some of you guys genuinely want to be subbed to me every month, and for that I really thank you. I really appreciate that. It's not always a mistake, obviously. It was a decent attempt there, but more often than not, it is a mistake. I feel, at least in my case. My subs auto renew. And so that's where the whole Partner Plus thing comes in, because then it's like, well, if we get people to tier 2 and this is like from Twitch's perspective, if we get our little streamers like Deo to fucking get people to tier 3 and tier 2 and create this culture of multiple tiered subscriptions, then not only are people forgetting their sub and auto-renewing, but they're auto-renewing for twice as much, 3 times, 4 times as much. You know? That's literally the logic from Twitch and why Partner Plus exists. It rewards that. Keep in mind, gift subs, the only 2 types of subs that don't auto-renew, which are Prime subs and gift subs, those do not count towards Partner Plus. Therefore, implicitly stating that the only subs that matter to Twitch are recurring ones. Proving my point. Scam is on. No, this whole website's a scam, dude. Like I said, I'm lucky to be like I'm lucky that you guys put up with this scam. Is how I should say it. That you guys are willing to put up with this scam of a website with all the fucking ads, with all the fucking subs and renewing and throwing literal money at me just to have a decent viewing experience. Like, it's pretty insane. Again, that's part of the reason I stream to YouTube as well. It's not like the viewing experience is a lot better there, but at least in terms of the give me money or watch endless ads, you know, at least in that sense, it's better. You know what I mean? At least that way I don't feel like I'm like extorting my audience as hard if I give them that option to watch with like minimal ads on YouTube and with the ability to scrub back and forth. Like, yeah, I will say YouTube streaming has some benefits that Twitch doesn't. Like, YouTube streaming picks up where Twitch streaming fails, I feel like. So it's like, if you could pick one, you know, I would pick Twitch overall for the culture of the chat, the emotes, and the community and all that. But then where Twitch sucks, like going back, if say something happens and you want to like go back in a VOD and clip it or something, a lot easier to do that on YouTube. Or if you want to go back and watch something, you don't have to clip it, I guess. But if you want to go back and watch something, it's easier to do that live on YouTube. If you want to watch without paying, it's easier to do that on YouTube. If you want to watch VODs after the fact, they are all automatically permanently archived on my YouTube channel, so they're all easy to find. Like, you know, it was turning into a thing without streaming on YouTube. It was turning into a thing where, like, okay, I made a VODs channel, so that way, like, I start posting my stream VODs there, but then it's like, okay, well, just stream to YouTube. You know, it's like, because then it fixes that. Then you don't have to do that. All right, anyways, let's actually do a run here. It's run time. See, it's kind of a nice, like, symbiotic relationship, you know, multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube. If you can get past all the annoying parts of it as the streamer, like getting the multi-chat figured out and having like the 2 alerts, which I still fuck up on YouTube alerts, but I have it set up so I don't get like a million of them every day. I usually thank people. I have my system. Once you get past all that, it's like, it's very useful if you stream a lot. Because then it's like, then no one can give you shit. No one can be like, too many ads. Wah, too many ads. Hey, where's this? What about this stream the other day? I can't find it. You didn't post it. And now it's gone, you know, like from the Twitch ether. It's like none of that shit is a problem anymore. And that's for the better or for the worse. Because if I say some controversial shit on stream or I say some shit that people don't like, then that's safe forever too. Like, which I guess is true anyways with streaming, whether you're doing it on YouTube or not, but yeah, at least with Twitch VODs, like they do disappear after a certain amount of time. Or I could like delete them. But the same thing is true, I guess, of YouTube. I could delete them after a while. Whatever, who cares, guys? Let's do a fucking run. All right, who cares about this bullshit? Let's do a fucking run of this game and see if we can't get a goddamn fucking world record. You know what I'm saying? 3, 2, 1, go. Let's get it. Thank you for the good luck, Berg. Berg to Berg. I'm also gonna, before I... Am I on slow disc speed?
Oh, it's been peaceful here in the 5 worlds, or is it 6?
Plugging my phone there. Move my thing here. Hopefully I'm not on slow disc speed. We'll see. No, I think we're good. Thank you for the good luck, the Billy good luck. We love that. All right. La 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 la. Let's get it. Ooh, got all three there. That's actually kind of rare. What's up, Giorgio? I definitely pronounced that wrong. Thank you. What's up, Skunk? Welcome. Dude, Skunk Fairy, tell me you've seen those TikToks of like the guy at the fucking backyard garage show wearing like a leather jacket and no shirt, and he's like, "Hey, what's up? My name's Skunk." What'd you say? What was that? Oh, no, I was just gonna say, you know. That fucking guy. Fucking skunk. Oh, fuck. Rip gems. All right, right off the bat, missing 7 gems there. Just look up skunk on TikTok or like skunk like punk show, and you'll find him. My name's a skunk. You wanna go? You wanna go to the canal later? Dude, this is like shit like my friends and I would do in high school. It's like, you wanna go to the fucking under the bridge later and, you know, smoke some weed or something? Shit like that. Look at the stars and stuff. Get a pizza and look at the stars. We can go busk. We'll go busk in downtown and then go, you know, make enough money for a pizza, you know. I'm not hating on that lifestyle, by the way, to anyone who does live that life. Just reminds you how much more adventurous like youth was. I don't give 2 fucks to do that anymore. But in high school, I was like, yeah, dude, that shit sounds fun. I will say, I'm gonna say this, I am really not far away from a street performer. I'm like a modern day street performer, you know? I'm literally just showcasing my talents publicly. I'm just doing it like online on a live stream instead of on a street with a musical instrument. But in a lot of ways, there's very few differences between myself and a busker. I'm here just playing for tips, you know, so to speak. And to better myself and whatnot, you know? Yeah, I'm a digital busker. I'm the modern day version. Trying to gather up $10 to buy a gram, I think you mean, of weed with your stupid high school friends. Yep. Dude, yeah, buying weed is like was always such a fucking undertaking, right? It'd be like you got to hit up the friend of the friend and then head over to their place and then play phone tag with them because they're fucking lazy ass stoners, you know, so they can't fucking answer their phone for 2 shits. You know, you make plans like, all right, we'll meet up after school. Call them. All right, they don't reply for like an hour. And then right when you're about to like give up and go home, they're like, oh yeah, I'm down. You know, it's like, it's like that shit. Yeah, you gotta go at stoner time. You gotta be willing to just give up your whole day for a, you know, to get weed from a guy, you know, back in those days. What's up, Dylan? How you doing? Thanks for the good luck. That's, you know, I'm gonna be giving up a whole day to get weed legally now as an adult. Sarah and I are driving up to, it's, you know, weed is technically federally decriminalized, so there's no dispensaries in Virginia. It's technically illegal to buy weed here. So, not to smoke it, but just to buy it. So when we're driving up to DC this weekend, we're also going to take advantage of the time to just like stock up on weed. A lot of driving up into the city for that. That'll be fun. It'll be cute. We're going to buy a bunch of weed and then, you know, hang out at a hotel, get a pizza, wake up bright and early and go to a Japanese festival while I'm wearing a fucking shirt that says I love hentai on it. I mean, that's the life right there, you know? You can't beat that. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that actually this weekend. And that's why I'm really trying to grind hard right now. Like, I gotta stop yapping and like actually focus up here. I lost a couple seconds there. Let's see if we can get a good mama, you know, that whole shit. And then and focus up. Let's see if we can focus up today. Bex and Getro here. What up, Getro? Hope the practice has been good. Give me that. Oh yeah, barely. Oh, dude, that was so close. Come on, dude, that was so close. I thought I had that. Here, let me just get up there and just do that jump one more time. Done. Just give me that, dude. That's the worst, you know, missing that. Gotta go kind of wide. Do one of those. Okay. Easy. Yeah, the I Love Hentai shirt's gonna be hilarious. I'm literally just gonna go to the beer cart. I'm gonna go. I've been to this festival before. This Japanese, you know, they're celebrating the cherry blossoms, you know, coming into bloom, out by the Capitol in DC. You know, it's really pretty stuff. Last year it was raining, but hopefully this year it'll be pretty. Yeah, I'm just gonna hang out at the beer cart and with my I Love Hentai shirt and just talk to random strangers and just hang out. And then we're gonna get a sushi with Rico after, hopefully. Some conveyor belt sushi. 3, 2, 1, go. It'll be quite a weekend. And then drive home. There's like 4 or 5 run breaking jumps. Yeah, roughly. I mean, if you count like, you know, the Dry Canyon jump, the Clifftown Mama Proxy thing. If you just count all of that sequence as one thing, then the jump to in the Peacekeeper's homeworld after Shemp. Then there's also there's jumps in Magic Crafters, like you know, some varying degrees of difficulty. But then you get some weird ones in Beastmakers. Like there's an out of bounds in Beastmakers. There's like catching the thief cycle in Treetops. There's not getting fucked in Bog. There's like a lot of stuff in this game that like is kind of precise. But it's not like, it's nothing that's like, that a human can't do with enough practice. That's kind of the cool thing about it. It's like, yeah, there is some dumb precise stuff in this run, like especially like Rat Proxy at the end, like, but the actual, getting the execution like somewhat consistent with all this stuff is like pretty reasonable. Sure, there is a little bit of luck involved, like I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't call it RNG, but I would call it luck. Like you'd have to get lucky with some of this stuff, even when you are playing well. But if you are playing well, since it is really execution based, it's like fake luck, you know? Like the better you're playing, the more focused you are, the generally more consistent you'll be, even with some of these more luck based things. Nothing's really luck based. Things are only like impacted by luck is how I would describe it. Practically speaking. But there's very few examples of like just raw, just RNG fuckery, like slot machine type shit. You put stickers you found on your boss's truck and they said, "Big Dick is back in town. I like older women." He left them on there. That is a great story. There's all the short fragments and then the Bog. Yeah, dude, Bog is kind of a long level, actually. It used to be a lot shorter, actually, in any percent. They used to do a strat where, like, you would... The strat that they do in Vortex, they used to do that in any percent back in the day. Until we realized that, like, wait a minute. Like, going to Terrace Village... to go to basically, if you skip, like, most of Bog and, like, just go straight to the end and grab some gems and leave, like, you have to go to Terrace Village if you do that. And going to Terrace Village is slow. So it just makes more sense. And Bog has good gems too, so it's like there's really no point to like trying to shorten Bog, you know? Too much. Now you can take shortcuts if you're over gemmed, but you're still completing the majority of the level. That's my point. Yeah, thanks for the good luck, Kale. I've definitely been practicing some of those kind of like little mini shortcuts in Bog. And I've kind of come to the conclusion that you want to do most of them downstairs if you're going to really do any. Ideally, if you're really over gemmed, you can skip 12 gems to save 4 seconds across 2 sections downstairs. Compared to being more thorough. And of course, when I say 4 seconds, that's not like a hard and fast time. That could be anywhere from like 3 to 5 seconds saved. Or if you make a mistake, it could be no time save and gem losses. Or if you're really thorough and efficient, it could be like actually like not even barely a time save at all. So there's like a lot of variance to stuff like that when we're talking about gem collection, optimal gem collection downstairs in Bog. But just having those shortcuts as a tool in my toolbox is nice to have when I am over gemmed. The few times I will be over gemmed. In general, I find myself not being quite as high on the gem count as Ash is normally. I haven't really been paying attention to Laura's runs. I should watch Laura's recent. I think she got like a 37-20 something. I don't know why I split there. That was silly. So yeah, I should probably do some. I studied Ash's run, one of Ash's runs recently. I should definitely study one of Laura's in the near future. Offline. Just get stoned and just watch and just take notes. Because that really helped me a lot when I watched Ash. I should do that for Laura now. I'm going all out. I mean, yeah, I'm trying my best I'm trying to give myself the best chances at world record for sure. Just by like, you know, not focusing on making videos, just only doing like 4+ hour grinds every day. I've been doing that for the last like week and a half at this point. Or more, depending on how you look at it. We're gonna really do kind of the last push this week before I go to DC and do that whole cute thing I was talking about earlier, cute date with Sarah. So I think my head's in a good place, you know, for how mentally demanding I would say something like this is, how rough it can be in moments. I think my head's in a good place. Like, yeah, I'm gonna be salty and I'm gonna be saying I hate myself and shit, but like that just comes with a grind like this. You gotta be ready for it. No Dream, thank you for the 100 bits. You gotta embrace the cringe, so to speak. You have to embrace the self-loathing and all that. So I think my expectations of myself are realistic. I don't think I'm going to get world record per se. I'm just giving myself like the best chances at it. Like it could happen, it could not happen. It really just, you know, but all I can do is increase those odds. Where did your sun go? Did the eclipse just happen for you? Well, Blumpo's isn't even grinding any percent or 120 as far as I know. Unless he is and I don't know. Yeah, I should have focused a little harder there. That almost worked. Spyro 2 and 3, I think were a lot more of a struggle for me. Like, Bex, I hear what you're saying. Like, I think, a lot more salty playing those games. You know, and I'm not done with them. I will go back to them. 3, 2, 1, go. But yeah, I mean, first of all, as many of you guys realize, this game just comes a lot more naturally to me. I just have a lot more hours in it, especially in the main categories. But then on top of that, like,
it's been peaceful.
It's not so much that I'm worse at Spyro 2 and 3 as it is like my headspace is not like in the right place. So even though this grind is technically harder, you know, and more demanding to get like record in any percent, it feels better to do for me because it's more exciting. It's like my head is like more realistic about the expectations. Like, I'm starting to come into my own in Spyro 2 Hundo and, like, really start to, like, understand and expect the bullshit, expect that you might not get a run past Gulp on a given day or out of the boss rush. And that's still something I'm, like, trying to cope with and trying to understand how I feel about that. Because right now, obviously, I don't like that, you know? But on the same coin, like, you know, on a given day, I might not get any % runs out of Peacekeepers. So it's like it's kind of the same thing, but it's for different reasons. Like, obviously, there's more RNG factors in Spyro 2, so it can definitely feel like, you know, you're getting runs sort of just taken from you, you know, despite playing well. So the frustration just feels, at least in Spyro 2, which is 100% is what I've been grinding more lately than Spyro 3. The frustration is definitely real, and it's something that I don't have as good of a grip on as I do in Spyro 1. And on top of all that, I think a lot of Spyro speedrunners would just concede that, would say that Spyro 1 is probably just the easier... I've seen this opinion in the Spyro Discord. Spyro 1's just the easier game. It's just easier to play this game, you know? Even people who play Spyro 2 and 3, I think that they would just generally say that this is like the easiest of the 3 games. Now, depending on that, like what level and like what you're trying to do in the game, like might be affecting that, but like 3, 2, 1, go. But overall, like I think most people would describe this one as the easiest to speedrun. So I think for all those factors coming together, you know, this this grind does not feel as difficult to me as like for 2 and 3. I really struggle to find my purpose and to find my stride and to find my expectations in those games. You know, to find the acceptance of where I'm at. I find it a lot easier to just accept myself where I'm at in this game. Does it feel weird not collecting every gem? Yeah, it did for a while when I was first learning this category. I haven't done a 120% run in a while. I'll do 120% runs again eventually, but right now they're just gonna fuck with my muscle memory here. So I'm not even really thinking like, I need to collect every gem. I'm like totally any percented out of my fucking mind right now. I'm completely in that headspace. I know nothing feels weird. What would feel weird is collecting like more gems that I didn't need to or going off the any percent route. I have it totally on my muscle memory. Which is why I'm able to talk to you guys and play. You guys remember like a month ago I would try talking and playing and I'd make all sorts like exit the level here or stuff like that. What's up, Dirk Boy? Thanks for the good luck. Have I done a Spyro 3 music too? I don't know. I literally don't know. Can someone confirm? I think no. I think I've done the Spyro 1 and 2 ones, but not 3, but then maybe that's the level tier list and not the music. I don't remember. If someone wants to confirm or deny that, feel free to let me know. I haven't? Okay, yeah, that's the one I still need to make. Okay. Yeah, I'll make that eventually. People periodically bother me about that, so you're not the first to ask, Andrew. I'll get around to it eventually. Not soon, though. The top 5 times in this game were set in the last month. Well, that's me, Laura, Ash, Toasted Cat, and who's the 5th one? Who's Odd Kara, right? It's Odd Kara. Yeah, all of our PBs have been gotten within the last month or 2. Except Laura's record, I think, is the longest standing of the PBs in the top 5, is it not? Isn't that like several months old? When was that one set? Oh, Blunt Bows is ahead of Kara. Oh, I didn't know that. And Blunt Bows has gotten a PB in this in the last month? You telling me? See, this is what I'm saying. Like, I'm not like keeping up with Blunt Bows at all here. He doesn't. If he is actively grinding, I don't see his stream because he's Aussie. He's Australian, so he streams at like. If he does stream, he streams at a different time than I'm watching. So it's entirely possible that he's a lot more active than I'm giving him credit for here. 8 months ago? Okay, so maybe he isn't active. See, I don't know. Like, I can't keep tabs on every player, obviously. Like, I only go off of like what I see in the Spyro Discord and what I see like in the streaming landscape on the times and days that I'm checking that out. which is usually only when I'm like rating someone at the end of my stream, so like in the evenings on American time. But yeah, you know, so if like someone's like grinding and they're not like posting their splits or streaming like that much, then I have no idea. Oh, they're tied. Okay. Okay, so I was on the right track there. Blunt and Oddcar tied. Yeah, that's correct. I remember when Oddcar got their PB, that was a tie, yep. GTA speedruns, never. What's the goal after any % world record? It's gonna be to do some, like the 120% hard mode randomizer. The hardest Spyro mod ever made, 120%. With pretty much every gem out of bounds and stuff like that. But really, it's gonna be either I get world record and switch to that, or we get to this weekend and, you know, and I kind of switch gears. Probably might happen, or if no one's gotten a record yet by then, because what I'm kind of half expecting to happen is like Laura or Ash will improve record, like by this weekend. That's like kind of what I'm kind of anticipating. I'm not expecting that, but I'm anticipating that. And if they do, and I'm not making any more progress in this category, it'll come to a point where it's like, all right, you know, I got my 37.28, like, you know, I'll take that, but I still want to improve that at least, you know. So my headspace will shift from world record to, all right, let me just at least get a baby PB, if that happens, if the world record gets, you know, taken down more before I get to it. So there's a lot of like alternate possible realities that could happen in the next week or two. So that's why I'm really just trying to grind as much as I can here. And like I said, give myself the best chances. Yeah, you gotta play it by ear with this stuff. You can't really get too married to any one plan. Spyro 4 confirmed for development by Canadian guy A, and not officially. Big fucking asterisk there. But I mean, you know, yeah, that's cool. Like, yeah, I'm like very lukewarm hyped, I guess. I'm hyped for Spyro 4 just in the sense that like I'll be able to make videos and do playthroughs of it and stuff like for you guys. I'm not necessarily more excited to play that game than this one, to be completely honest with you. But it'll be cool once it eventually comes out in like 10 years or whatever. Yeah, record is 37.19 by Laura. Yeah, I'm responsibly hyped. There you go. Oops. That was a silly flub. Oops. Yeah, guaranteed, like what Mac's saying. Yeah, people will like it ever. People will play when I guarantee you, when Spyro 4 comes out, if it ever does, I mean when it does, people will play it for maybe a week. And then everybody will forget about it. It'll be like, think about it this way. Do you still play Crash 4? Are you still hyped about Crash 4? Some of you guys really had a good time with Crash 4, you know? Like, I could only hope that Spyro 4 is like, has a similar like effect as that game. I think, I never played Crash 4 myself, but I like watched as like everyone was streaming it and learning it and speedrunning it and casually, you know, trying to 100%. It was like a hard game. It was a nice, long, hard, challenging game to casually, fully get through. It's like, yeah, I mean, as long as that's the case, like with Spyro 4, like that'll be cool. But I don't expect it to have any like lasting appeal or anything like that. Like in the same way this game does for me. But who knows? I mean, maybe I'm wrong about that. But probably not. I'm being honest. That sucks. But yeah, like how many people are playing Crash 4 right now on Twitch? Like, how many people are actively like really grinding that game? Yo, Sage Sat, thank you for the YouTube membership. I just saw that. Hope you're doing well today, Sage. And Zatrutru, by the way, with the tier 1. Shoutouts to you. Oh my god, that's painful. I was losing a bunch of time anyway, so it's not a big deal. But yeah, I'm doing good, Zatrutru. I see you in the chat there. 22 viewers, so yeah, it's not like dead. It's not like nobody's playing it, I guess. I'll give it credit, you know. 3, 2, 1, go. That's more than I was expecting. I was expecting it to be like 0 viewers. But yeah, that's like Spyro. That's like Spyro 1. Like, you know, if I'm not live or, you know, Laura or one of these other people, or like a big VTuber or something, then usually Spyro is like the same, like, you know, 10 to 20 viewers. So, you know, that's like, I feel like what Crash 4, like, that's like the best case scenario for like what the effect of Spyro 4 could be on this whole like community of gamers. Yeah, Crash 4 wasn't bad from what it seems like. Again, I didn't play it, so I mean, I can't speak from experience. Just looking as an outsider at like just talking about like the community, you know, reception. What's up, Falcon Fetus? Is there a day where Canadian Guy A doesn't predict Spyro 4 will be announced soon? I mean, if you think about it this way, if he always is saying that Spyro 4 will be announced soon, and in like 5 years they announce it, like, it's not like he was wrong, you know? It's like, eventually they probably will, eventually. It's kind of one of those things. But I think a lot of people saw, like, with his latest, like, video hyping up, like, Spyro 4 confirmed, that it's like, it's confirmed, and then you watch the video, it's like, it's confirmed, but it probably is not going to get announced for another year or two. It's like, well, then what is the point of, like, you know, now people are getting all excited for over nothing, you know? Like, and nothing's official, by the way. We have to literally just take him at his word as well, you know? So it's just like, not saying he isn't trustworthy or anything. It's just like, what the fuck? It's just funny. It's funny the way, like, the Spyro content, like, really revolves around Spyro 4 like that, especially for Canadian Guy A. I had a long talk with Canadian Guy A about that, about, like, the hypeness around Spyro 4 and, like, how the community responds to different, like, types of Spyro videos and things like that. If you're curious about, like, the sort of one-on-one discussion I had with him, where I was very plain about, like, you know, I'm not really that hyped for Spyro 4. I mean, I respect it, but it's like, what are we getting excited over nothing right now? You know what I mean? And so I definitely share those, like, thoughts to him, and it's interesting to see his perspective on the to see our differing. Obviously, we have different perspectives on the matter, you know, as full-time Spyro creators. So yeah, if you're curious about that, that's all on my Patreon. A 2.5 hour long conversation with Canadian Guy A. Give you the inside scoop. Yeah, like, cause that's a big thing I learned that Canadian Guy A does, is that he's just like, I have insider information and I can't show all my cards, right? He said that to me like maybe 10 different times in our call. He's like, I can't show all my cards yet. It's like, dog, what is with it's just funny. It's like, it's just goofy to me to be that secretive. Like, I get it, like, he has like a reason for it and whatever, but to me it's super goofy. But I still love him. I love him and I respect him as a creator. I definitely am not going to be on some hate mob shit, you know. Like, I'm glad Canadian Guy A exists and is around, and I'm glad to call him like a peer and a friend in this space, you know. Oh shit. Cause look, I'm goofy too. Like, I'm calling him goofy, but like I'm goofy too, bro. I'm sitting here shirtless, fucking resetting this game over and over, talking about like cum and penis and stuff. Like who's the real goofy person here? You know, like he's goofy and I'm not. You know, like, let's be real. 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, no pitchforks, unfortunately.
Okay, rolling. Oh, it's been peaceful.
I saw you on a speedrun story vid. Love the game, dude. Welcome. Scroll up, see the name. Sean, appreciate that. Welcome. Here's another very likely scenario with Spyro 4. I know you guys are probably tired. I'm for some reason I'm enjoying talking about Spyro 4 for once. Let me get this trick first. Here's another totally likely scenario that has occurred in the past, by the way. Is Spyro 4 appears to be all but confirmed, like right now. And then some news comes out in a month that, oh, we're dissolving the entire development team. Actually, that thing that we were teasing and kind of alluding that we were working, actually, that's not a thing anymore because money. You know, like that totally could happen still. That is actually a likely scenario, which I feel like not a lot of people are acknowledging, but like history is kind of bound to repeat itself. I don't mean to be pessimistic in that sense, but that's a likely, you know, thing. So even if Canadian guy is sure that they're working on it now, I mean that like you're saying in your comment, it's like the situation could be different in a month and 3 months, whatever, you know, since it's so early in development anyways, if it is in development. Like, it's kind of funny, like, the story with Spyro, like, not just, like, officially, but, like, with fan games and stuff, is so many projects have been in development, like, for, like, a crazy amount of time, and then each of these projects, like, Zera, and there's, like, some other fan games as well, like, they get shut down for one reason or another, whether it's by Activision, or, like, the creator gets, like, burnt out, or whatever it may be, they want to move on. It's, like, it's very rare that video games, like, actually see a development cycle from start to finish. You know? Be them fan-made or officially licensed or whatever. 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, true. Reduca is the GOAT. 2 minutes. 2 minute any percent run. Cheated and spliced. You can't beat that. Who's Redeca? He's a guy that made he's literally a kid. He's a kid that I made fun of for splicing and cheating in any percent run and making a video with commentary talking about how he beat my world record at the time. It was actually it was so funny to me that I made an entire video like sarcastically debunking him and being like, there's a new world record, but he's a cheater, you know, like, and obviously it's like not a, you know, no one cares about this run, so I like made it out to be a much bigger deal than it really was. And so it's like, if we look closely here, you can see that this is complete fucking bullshit, you know? And after I made that video, he like promptly, that kind of tongue-in-cheek kind of just joke of a video, of a cheater exposed video. Oops. After God, this was like years ago at this point. After I did that, he proceeded to delete his run. So now the only remnant of Reduca's 2.5 minute run of any percent, quote unquote, is whatever I show in my video, because I should have saved it in like whatever, but no point in dragging him through the mud or anything. I made a big point about like at the end, like, guys, I'm just kidding around. Like, it's obviously just some kid, you know, it's just fucking around, like really serious. It's not like he's like really trying to submit stuff to the leaderboards or he's like some established player that we all thought was legit or anything. It's just like some goofball. But yeah, you can still see my video. Like, just look up Spyro 1 cheater. You'll probably find it. I have a few, like, Spyro 1, like, cheater videos. I have one where I raced Dragon Blitz. That's not what I'm talking about. Not with Dragon Blitz. It's with Redeka. So yeah, now it's, like, been, like, the going meme for ages. Now I'm just gonna refresh that. It's been the going meme for ages that it's, like, Redeka, the fucking legend. Deo using his reach in the Spyro community to silence all the real world record holders like Redeka. 3, 2, 1, go. Spyro's the only franchise that does the whole gems thing, you know, making them finite and counting them towards. I mean, like, a lot of games have like a form of like collectible like that.
Oh, it's been peaceful.
Like in Donkey Kong, it's bananas, but like same shit, right? I think what's cool about gem collection in this game is I think that kind of sets it apart from other platformers is the fact that like Sparks is like a whole like established mechanic of like collecting things from a certain distance and learning how to optimize that and stuff. Like the actual homing in mechanic, I feel like is so clutch. I remember when I would play like Kingdom Hearts. You know, obviously that game came out way after this, but like when I would play Kingdom Hearts, like that game sucked to like farm for like money and shit in just killing the same enemies and then having to run over all the little money things, little orbs. But then you get a fucking power up in that game called Treasure Magnet, and you can actually upgrade that, and it just gets so much more. Like, isn't it the most satisfying thing when you're playing like an RPG and you get the fucking power up that just homes in the fucking everything that the enemies drop from like across the screen, you know? Like, there's just something about that, and this game really does hit that in a way that I think other platformers struggle a little bit. The whole like homing in, satisfying thing. I did not press X quickly there. Breaking news, it got semi-dark. Yeah, I know, huge eclipse on this overcast day. I mean, there you go. I think Spyro 4 could take a modern take on exploration and platform. I'm all about it. Like, if Spyro 4 was like a whole new like thing, like fucking, I don't know, that'd be cool. I don't know. Or if it was just like similar to the original games, just with larger scope, you know, similar to how ETD was kind of like that, where it's like, you know, you got mini games, but you still have like levels and maps and stuff. They're just bigger. Like, I don't know. I don't really know what I want from Spyro, because I'm not the one asking for Spyro 4. This is the thing, is that like, I feel like Spyro is like, this game is great the way it is. This isn't like, I'm not sitting here begging for a sequel. Oh God, I just wish I could just play a new Spyro game. Like, some of you guys feel that way. I just genuinely don't feel that way. MC, thank you for the $2. Appreciate that, and thank you for the good luck as well. I would love to get out of Artisans here. That would be epic. 3, 2, 1, go. I don't know why I can't hear my YouTube alerts. Bitches are not going off.
Okay, rolling. Oh, it's been peaceful here in the 5 worlds, or is it 6? For a Dragon's Age.
Whatever.
We now have 12.
Yeah, I'm like very content with like the Spyro games that exist, the original Spyro trilogy. And if I want to play like some other game or something different, like I'll just play something different, you know. I don't care about a new game coming out, to be completely honest. Now, with that said, I am excited to just like, if Spyro 4 comes out, to just like make videos and stuff about it, just because I happen to be like a Spyro streamer and stuff. Like, I'm excited in that sense that I'll get to like play and share it with you guys and talk shit and whatever, but Like just for my own enjoyment, like if I weren't streaming and stuff, like I would not give two fucks about Spyro 4, to be completely honest with you guys. I'm sorry if that breaks anyone's heart to hear. Review Spyro fanfics? Dude, I did review the leaked movie script, which basically read like a fanfic. Complete with Spyro shitting his diaper. That was a real fucking part of it. Unironic. I didn't write that. Some other fucking guy did. And it was almost turned into a movie. You just read this movie's script and like, damn, the pregnancy kink is real with this guy. The fucking parental, like, you know, description of everything, and it's like, Spyro was really taken in by his Sparks parents, by his adopted Sparks parents, you know, and they really raised him to be a good kid, you know. And in school they would bully him, but you know, he turned out good, you know. It's like, fucking, what are you fucking talking about? What is this? Like, no, there's nothing like the light of a newborn child, the glimmer of Spyro's eyes, just fresh and new to the world. Like, yep. Like, there you go. Like, no, this guy trying to make me feel like Spyro's dad right now. Thank you, OG Cosby. Yeah, there you go, Paplock. See, now you're writing some good movie scripts here. You don't want to read the script on game night? I mean, sure. It's a long script though. When I did that video, it was like an hour and a half. It's like a full movie. But yeah, we could do that for a minute at least. I wouldn't be against that. It'd be funny. Dude, I'm losing so much time. I'm just like playing bad. Like, I'm just bleeding time at every fucking level here. Now I'm 5 seconds behind. Looking great. Let's see if we can bring it back a little here. I gotta focus. I've been just losing my focus as I've been doing these resets. Let me get my head in the game a little here. That's something I've been noticing with this grind, is that like, as I dig into it, it just starts to turn into me just like doing... Oh. It starts to turn into me just doing runs and not like really like trying. And that's not good, because in this game I really like to, I think one thing that I like to do when I speedrun this game is I like to be like really actively like focused at as much as possible. Like to really be like in the fucking zone, really just every moment, just like full attention on the game, you know? Trying to optimize the movement and stuff or whatever. And so because I've been doing this same category over and over for hours and hours a day for like a couple weeks now, it's put me in this mindset where, yeah, I can play it for long periods of time and not necessarily lose my mind, but I'm also like, it also feels like I'm not accomplishing much either all the time. Like I really need to stay on top of myself and not just get into this vortex of just resetting and just talking and whatever and not really playing. I gotta really play here, you know? Like I'm trying to get a world record. I gotta keep reminding myself that. What's up, Matt? Thanks for the good luck. No pressure, just like Get in the game, you know? Like, wake up, soldier. Better for my health if I take it easy? I mean, sure, like, to some degree. What do I enjoy more, 100% or any percent? You're asking 120. It's 120% in this game, actually. Nerd emoji. And yeah, I generally prefer 120% runs. If I had to pick between... If I had to just choose one to run for the rest of my life, it would definitely be 120. But I don't hate this. I mean, this category has really grown on me over the last few months. Like, years for that matter, you know, watching... After getting my initial record in 2021 and watching Laura and Ash improve it, just see kind of where the category's gone over the years. I think it's in a better spot. It's a more fun category now than it's ever been. Is there a benefit to running without the timer visible? I mean, it could. I just like having it there. That's really that's like all I can say to that. It's not like I'm incapable of doing that, but it's not like I'm trying to play like mental tricks on myself. Like, okay, if I don't see the timer, then I'm more likely to finish a run, is like the logic there, right? And maybe because I'm more likely to finish a run, then therefore I'm more likely to get a world record. That's like that's the string of logic that you're kind of suggesting with that message, right? Of not using the timer. Or maybe the string of logic is because I'm not looking at the timer, I'm more likely to finish a run and thus have fun. You know, maybe that's the goal or whatever. But you know, am I dropping? I dropped a couple frames. It wasn't that crazy. I just don't really want to. Like, that's really all I can say. It's not like a bad idea or anything. It's just something I don't want to do. There was a couple frame drops. It's stable. It's stabilized now. I'll let you guys know if there are more. My version of that, of like, instead of just not using the timers, I'll run against like easier splits to kind of encourage me to finish runs because I'm green. Like right now I'm running, part of the reason I reset it so much is because it's like, oh, I'm 4 seconds behind my PB, 5 seconds behind my PB. If I was running against easier splits, I would definitely be more likely to finish. So that would be like my version of that. Rather than just not using a timer at all, use easier splits. And it accomplishes all that same train of thought, like, okay, we finish more runs, you know? But you can do it however you want for yourself, you know? Another idea is to use a timer, but just don't have any splits at all. Like, just use just the raw, just timer. That's another idea. So there's like a lot of ways to gaslight yourself with the timer in speedrunning. But I very intentionally have it set so that it's like, I'm running against a really good run here, and I want to know how far off of like a really good pace I am. And if I'm behind, I'm willing to like subconsciously feel bad for that and reset, you know, even if it is overall a decent pace. Like, that's just what that's just what I want on this grind, you know? As weird as that sounds. I'm like willing to reset. That's not like a problem. I've made it clear that fun is not the goal. I think fun is part of it. I don't think it's like, okay, I don't care about fun at all. Like, maybe I'm sure I've said that out loud at times when I'm more salty. But in all honesty, like, there is a balance between like having fun and then also still accomplishing something. It's not like the two things are mutually exclusive. Like, to me, getting good paces is fun. You know? So you can't really say it's one or the other. Wouldn't stare at the sun. Hope your eyes are doing good. Looks like the sun's coming back out now. You see me shimmering. I think we're on the On the tail end of that eclipse coming out of it here. It was nice while it was kind of twilighty earlier. I was digging that. If you play a game too much, you start to dream about it. Well, it's the opposite effect for me because whenever I'm not playing this game, I don't really think about it much. Unless I'm like trying to study someone's run or something. That's not gonna work. I'll continue this for now. Just because I've been failing that a lot. Let's just continue. See what happens. If I'm like more than 10 seconds behind, I'll reset. It'll probably be like 11 or 12 or something, knowing me. We'll see if we can keep it under 10 or around 10. I might even skip the couple of gems at the end. Just to really keep the pace up. We gotta be thorough with the gems here to justify that. Good. Ooh, I think I missed the other 5 maybe. It's hard to see. Those blue gems were like as far apart from each other as they could be. Alright, if we get the bird boost here, we should be okay. Let's see. Okay. Nice. Yeah, I'm in the heavenly light right now. I'm looking like Jesus over here. Alright, get me out. Yeah, okay. Because I didn't grab those last 2 gems down there, I am down like 30 gems though, by the way. It's like really bad. But, you know, this run isn't... I'm not going to call this run dead yet. It's just I can't miss any more gems at this point. I'm severely under gem now. But it's not over yet. It is still PBable still. Bike caves, no, not yet. Not yet. If I lose a lot more gems and am still playing, then yes, bike caves, I guess. But as of right now, no. You know, I'm just gonna do the mama like that from now on. I keep fucking up doing the strat where you knock her to the side. Like, yeah, it's like kind of faster if you do it perfectly, but it's like... It's not worth the lack of consistency. Yeah, the run's on its deathbed for sure right now, but... It's up to me to keep it alive. With like, I got the defibrillators, you know? I got the fucking clear! Every time I get through a level here. I'm gonna not grab those guys. How do I mentally prepare playing Spyro every day and not get tired of it? It's, as I was saying earlier, it just really is all about expectations. I mean, I happen to really like this hobby of not just speedrunning, but also streaming and talking to you guys in the chat and stuff like that. Like, so even when runs are bad, like, I'm not like, it doesn't feel like lonely or pointless or anything. Like there's a lot for me personally that like goes into this whole hobby that's like worth doing beyond just like, oh, I'm just playing the same game every day, so boring. First of all, I really don't think it is boring to play a game every day as long as you have a purpose in the game. What makes a game boring is that you complete it and you have nothing else to do in it. That's when it gets boring, right? Or you get a certain length in it and you're just like not feeling it or whatever. Neither of those things are the case for me. I am constantly setting new goals and new PBs and all that. So there's always a purpose to playing over and over. So it really doesn't get boring like you might think it would. As long as you're trying, it'll never be boring. As long as you're trying and improving and slowly getting better. As a viewer, it might be hard to grasp that because it's like, maybe you've never taken a video game like that intensely seriously to where it's like, okay, I'm gonna get better and be like a competitive and all this. It's okay to not play video games that way. But that's why video games are boring when you play them over and over, because you're not trying to like advance like that, you know? Because if you really like a game, you know, if you really like a game and you want to get the most out of it, you kind of have to eventually take that plunge of like trying to do something where that turns into a self-growth process rather than just, okay, I got all the gems, whoop-de-doo, you know? It's like there's a whole personal journey happening that's been happening on this stream for the last decade, you know? And that's not boring at all. That's fucking, you guys get to see every second of it, every heartbreaker of a run. Like, this run is not boring, like, right? Like, this run is fucking, like, I'm fucking bringing it back from the edge of death right now. Like, how is that boring? You know what I mean? It's only boring in the sense that I'm following the same route that I always have, but, like, that's not the point. The point is that you're, like, trying to improve that route. You're trying to, like, get better and better, and... You know, you understand what I'm saying? So yeah, I think speedrunning's only as boring as you are not motivated to improve. Like, I'm gonna keep it real with you guys. When I got my 120 and 120%, the category got more boring for me because I had less purpose. I was like, okay, well, I'm not gonna grind for a better world record than that. Not yet, anyways. So, like, the whole purpose of what I was doing shifted, and thus it became more boring. It became, I'm not gonna say more boring, but it became less purposeful to play the category. I wasn't, like, going for something. I wasn't, like, trying to accomplish a particular goal beyond just, okay, I'm just playing and having fun, I guess. And that's when it starts to get boring, is when you lack, like, purpose and motivation and self-improvement and all that. I'm telling you guys, this is not a boring hobby. As someone who has done the same fucking game, the same run of the same game for a decade, it does not get old to improve, and it doesn't get old. If you really like it, and you really are trying to be the best at it, or as good as you can be at it, then it's just simply not boring. Boring is not the way I would describe this hobby. At times, mind-numbing. At times, maybe a little boring. Boring is just the wrong word. There are definitely negative feelings that you experience on a grind. But yeah, boredom, you know, if boredom just isn't it. Boredom just doesn't really describe anything that I really feel during these grinds. Maybe a little bit. Maybe I'll feel like a crumb of tedium if I'm just resetting all day and not accomplishing anything. But then the impetus is on me to actually adjust my mindset and change the way I'm playing, and you know what I'm saying? And that's not boring. It's just really, like I said, it's just a question of how dedicated you are that determines how boring a hobby like this is. I'm glad for that, Getro. I'm glad you've taken that to heart. Not good. Again, I'm very down on gems right now. Was 120% my original goal? Yes, I'm just going to say yes to that. That's not a very specific question, so I'm just going to say yes. No offense. Fuck, dude. This run's kind of dying right now. Now that I'm sparksless, yeah, I'm going to reset this. That was going to be like 15 seconds behind with missed gems, and I was already 30 gems down. The run was on its deathbed. It died right there. Like, I think it's safe to say let's not fucking drag it along the pavement now. Let's just end it while we know it's dead. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back, and we're gonna do another run. Yeah, flatline. What ya ba? I'll make my webcam a little darker again. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Let's get it. There's a ton of fans pissing on each other in the bathroom. Couldn't believe what I was seeing. Dog, what are you fucking talking about?
It's been peaceful.
Oh, you went to WrestleMania. Yeah, so like I've been. Oh, I have the BRB still up. Let me reset that. I don't want to have that. I don't want to have that on my VOD. Yeah, I heard that WrestleMania. What is his name? Cody Rhodes. When someone came in my chat yesterday and was like, "Dude, Cody Rhodes did it," I was like, "Isn't that a porn star, Cody Rhodes?" Cody Rhodes? I was thinking of Cody Lane. I think. Let's go. So yeah, I mean, good on you for going to that moment. Apparently historic WrestleMania. Good on you. I'm obviously not big into wrestling, so I can't really share that excitement with you, but there you go. Yeah, Cody Rhodes definitely sounds like a porn star name, so that's what I thought people were talking about initially. Why does the gift box keep disappearing? I see it right there in the chat. You talking about the badge next to your name? Yeah, it's right down there. Or I mean, if you type another message, you'll see it down there. Oh, I do. No, but you know what? I do see that sometimes it disappears. I mean, if you're messing with the badge option, maybe that's why that's happening. I don't know. I don't have any particular insight for you. But yeah, I see that one of your messages has it and one of them doesn't. Funny enough, the message where you complained about it actually has it, so it's funny. I'm the only porn star you watch, thank you. That gives me the confidence I need. There was a Yu-Gi-Oh! Regional happening. You're talking about like in the same convention center that WrestleMania was happening? Dude, how are they able to focus? That sounds like extremely loud. Like WrestleMania took up like 90% of like the stadium or whatever, and then Yu-Gi-Oh! Was happening in like a conference room off to the side. Is that like what you mean, or you mean like a watch party? They were in the not a watch, like the same center. That's funny. That sounds like so impossible to focus if you're a Yu-Gi-Oh! Fan. That reminds me about how when I went to TwitchCon in 2018, it was at this big convention center in San Jose, and there was like thousands of people there. It was like so overcrowded. And there was a GDQ, something called GDQX happening there, which was just literally one side room of the convention center, just like what you're saying. Like 90% of the convention is like TwitchCon. And then there's one little room off to the side. There's like an empty, it's like so sad. It's like just a stream setup and like a bunch of like chairs. Like, you know when you go into an empty panel at a fucking convention? That's like what it was, except it was GDQ. And Chris did a run, I remember. I should not have been holding square and X there. Last year, the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship was in a sad classroom in Japan. Huh. Paper playmats. That sounds weird. Why can't they use normal? Or the material band or something? Is it just like not microfiber, but whatever? It's like the plastic mouse pad stuff. Oh, it was just Konami, just not supply. I thought players, correct me if I'm wrong here, I'm not like big into trading card, like competitive stuff. But I thought people who are into like Magic the Gathering, I thought they always like brought their own like placemat for their cards. Like they have their cards in sleeves and then they bring like a fucking like one of those, you know, like a big mouse pad type thing with like a fucking hentai boobies on it. Or like, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh! Dark Magician girl like getting rammed from the fucking behind, you know? to play as their playing field. Yeah, I don't judge you, Rise, dude. I have a fucking I have a VTuber body pillow. Yeah, true story. Not here in Virginia, but back in California. It's hilarious. My mom has to move it around because that's where she's at. So whenever my mom like reorganizes the house, she has to like move the fucking anime girl body pillow somewhere. I got it as a joke, like fucking back in like 2020 or something. Because that VTuber would watch me and then they like did like a merch drop. I bought their fucking body pillow. And I remember I took a picture with it, like in my gaming setup, like with me sitting on a chair and then the pillow on another chair. And I'm like trying to look all badass and stuff. I'm like, don't talk to her. Like, don't talk to my girl. It's fucking funny. I will say that when I was single, it was nice being able to cuddle with a full body. I know this sounds really sad, but I mean just in the physical sense, not just like, first of all, I never came on this pillow. I was never sexually stimulated by it. But just being able to cuddle with a full-size pillow, like, it felt nice. You had to wrap your legs and arms around a giant pillow, like regardless of if there's an anime girl on it or not. It just feels physically nice to wrap your arms around something like that. Someone like that, you know? And if you don't have someone, a pillow is kind of the next best thing, you know what I mean? Just the truth. I'm sorry if that sounds sad to anyone. I guess technically a sex robot would be like the next best thing. And then a pillow. But those are expensive. Green, that's okay. At least I got the yellow. Just another blue there, not good. But it's fine. Pretty average cleanup here, I would say. Yeah, at least we got Mom and Proxy. Definitely got way more gems than last run. The fucking life support run. Please give me that at least. Since I bonked anyways. Dude, was that a gold? I think I missed a gold there. Yeah, that was a gold. Ugh. That was almost good. Fuck. Alright, it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Oh my god. Throwing it! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was... Okay. That was a panic reset. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. That was a knee-jerk reaction. I was over it. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna do that again. I kind of regret doing that, I'm gonna be honest. Because I was still only gonna be like 7 to 8 seconds behind and down a few gems. I'm full disclosure. That was a panic reset. We're gonna not do any more of those today. 3, 2, 1, go. I promise. Those are bad. You don't want to do those. If I'd have just not panicked and just went into the level, then I would have been like, okay, like I would have continued, you know.
Okay, rolling. Oh, it's been peaceful.
But hey, it is what it is. Now I'm gonna get stuck on Mama Proxy for like like 5 more runs here. It's okay. Everything's okay. Your buddies and I had a fabulous time at Men Wrestling Mania. Awesome. Do I ever get fan art sent to me? Yeah, I've not recently, but I have had fan art sent to me in the past. In fact, over the years, I've gotten like a few different pieces of fan art from different people, and as one of my sub giveaways, I actually gave away a lot of that art. Just because it was sitting. The thing is I didn't have it like up anywhere. You know, I was like, you know, my community that watches me, like, you know, they would appreciate like a Spyro drawing like more like than it's being appreciated here in my, you know, in this like little drawer in my closet or whatever. So I sent it out to people that would actually appreciate it, to the tier 3s during my raffles I did a while back. So I don't have much fan art now, but there's like a little bit, I think. We have like kind of a little, we have like a Spyro bookcase with like plushies and like some discs and whatnot. So we have like some memorabilia. And a lot of times people, when they make fan art of like a streamer or something, they'll just post it on Twitter or Instagram or something and tag you in it. So I've definitely had that happen a lot over the years. That's always nice to see. Someone drawing me as like this buff like dude that's totally not balding or whatever, or like on a skateboard or something. Yeah, I sent you the Daxter one. That one was a cool one. And I also sent some of the Skybox watercolors that Sarah's mom did. Oops. You think 7 to 8 seconds behind, missing 15 to 20 gems deserves a reset? I think that's PBable. So therefore, like, if the goal is PB and not world, like, I think that's like arguably not world recordable, but PBable, you know, if I clutch up. So to that end, and my goal kind of is just like, you know, if a run can't world record, at least like have a chance at PB, you know, try to keep it within 10 seconds of time loss. Is kind of like my with these splits, it's kind of my MO here. Like, yes, I am going for world record, but also if I like end up with a PB, like that's fine too. I'm not just gonna reset just because something can't world record. Okay, man, you're the expert. I read that message with like a lot of doubt. I don't know if you meant to say it that way, but that's how it read. Whatever you say, I mean, whatever you say, boomer. It's like, okay. Like, yep. No, I know you didn't mean it like that. You're good. Was I the guy in the Spyro suit with the big booty at GDQ? Yeah, I was one of the Spyro suit guys at GDQ. There's actually been several over the years. The heart, dude, the heart was just even more passive aggressive. The heart was like, whatever, bitch. Heart. It's like, what are you saying? What are you trying to say here? That was an empty heart right there. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm joking around, white paint. You have to do Nestor skip? No. Not yet. I mean, I could go for it. I just don't want to. I feel like these runs are hard enough to get a good pace in without Nestor skip. I don't really... And I can get world record currently without it, so... it's just a really mind-numbing trick that I don't want to do, simply put. And it only saves 5 seconds in this category as well, so it's not like... You know, that isn't nothing, but it also isn't, like, worth adding another, like, several hours worth of resetting to each session. Just to... Because, like, if I implement Nestor skip, this is what that would look like. Is I would go for it, like, for a couple runs, or for a few runs, or maybe for, like, 20 minutes or 30 minutes, like... something like that. And then eventually I would have to say like, okay, this either is working or this is more likely. This isn't working. And now I'm just going to do normal runs. So really, it's just taking time out of what otherwise would have been my normal grind, to be completely honest. Unless I get really consistent with it, which I'm not yet. I'm very inconsistent with it. And that's on me, I'll admit. Like, but even the guy that invented the trick and has practiced it more than anyone else, Days Bagabones, he's only like 50% consistent at it, which is like, that's amazing. That's like a huge inspiration to someone like me to like try to get better at it, but you know, it's just not an easy path. Like, that's like many, many hours of just sitting there and practicing just that. Which, you know, could be viable. I mean, it's not. I'm not saying I'll never do that. I'm just saying I'm not doing that right now. I'm sorry if I sound like not dedicated or something for not wanting to do it. It's just a really annoying trick. I mean, I hope that's understandable. Like, I might be sounding like a turbo bitch. I might be sounding like the biggest coper in the world by not like sitting here grinding that out and doing it in runs and stuff and going crazy. Like I'd literally go crazy. I'm not even joking. Like, so I hope you guys can respect my approach here. Even if you don't, thanks for watching. Can someone explain Nestor skip? You flop on top of Nestor without collecting him, and then when you finally fall onto the part of him that collects him. I need to focus. Hold on. Sucks. Fucking two of those today so far. Some days you just get a bunch of those. Basically, here's the TLDR. Nestor skip, you void out on Nestor because you flop on top of him for so long that by the time you finally fall down and touch him, that's at the exact moment that you void out. Thus skipping the 16-second cutscene, but still with Nestor being collected on the respawn. 3, 2, 1, go. If you're curious about it, if that didn't make sense to you or that sounded like some crazy shit, just look up a video of it. You know, it'll make sense if you just watch a video. It's one of those things that's better to be. It makes more sense visually than for me to explain it. But yeah, you just void out on Nestor. That's basically it. Yeah, no problem, Jack, and thank you for the good luck. Something like that. How many seconds? The void out takes like 4 to 5 seconds. But the trick saves 5 seconds in any percent and 16 seconds in 120%. There'll probably be... This game will probably get to a point eventually where people are sort of forced to do Nestor skip to improve the record. Eventually. But with that said, I mean, I don't think we're there yet in this category. We're getting there. And I think we've sort of gotten there in 120, sort of. 120 has the benefit of, even though it's a bigger time save in that category, it has the benefit of being a longer category, so There's a lot more time to be saved in that category from things beyond Nestor skip. Compared to this category where it's like you either fuck up and lose time or miss gems or you don't, and that's about it. The current any percent record does Nestor skip, but my 120% record does not. Yeah, like I said, eventually, once the time is right, and I feel like really coming back, this is like, and I'm talking like maybe like a year or two down the line, you know, once all this any percent grinding, whatever PBs and world records come, whoever maybe steps up over the next year or two to try to challenge my 120 record, hopefully that happens, it might not. You know, we'll like reassess like the lay of the land, you know, down the road and decide if I want to really grind out Nestor skip or not and like start doing runs with it. But I'm really just not there mentally. Like, I just have to be completely honest with you guys. Like, I already feel like I have enough on my plate and I can accomplish what I want without that trick. And I just don't want to do it. Like, I hate to be so blunt about it because it is faster, you know? And so it is a little bit of, like, me kind of being a pussy on one end, but it's very inconsistent. It's very frustrating. It's very, very much one of those tricks that just feels like it's out of your hands. And, you know... It just takes, I just see how much effort and time and it's such a huge time investment to like incorporate a trick like that I'm just not ready to do right now. Because that's time I could be spending like just doing, like actually grinding runs and getting good paces and playing to actually speed running the game, you know what I mean? What's up, Lewis? What's the hardest original trilogy trick? I mean, I guess since we're talking about it, I guess I'll say Nestor skip. For me, it'd probably be Nestor skip. There's also for me, also another one would be Sproder into Ripto. That's another time save strat that's extremely hard to execute in Spyro 2. And then what would be one for Spyro 3? Guys, give me a hard Spyro 3 trick. Maybe helmet proxy to the life chests in Midnight Mountain for Spyro 3. Those are like my my chef's pick 3 hard tricks. 3 hardest tricks for each of those games. There are probably some harder things that I'm forgetting. The Agent 9 trick? What Agent 9 tricks? Like the fucking... You mean just getting good at zigzagging? Not crashing the game in Haunted 2. Yeah, so getting good at zigzagging. I wouldn't call that the hardest thing. It's definitely a hard thing to get good at, for sure. But if you're asking like one specific... That's like not one specific trick. That's like a mechanic. That's a more generalized mechanic. I thought you were asking about like specific tricks. And I would not call Agent 9 in Haunted Tomb specifically, like the out of bounds there, to be the hardest thing in the run. But in 117%, that's, I mean, it's not easy, but it's not like the hardest thing in the run, right? There we go. Yeah, technically you can void out on any dragon. I mean, you wouldn't call it Nestor skip, right? Because other dragons are not Nestor, but you can void out by flopping on top of any dragon in this game. They all have the same model, like before they're collected. But it only saves time for Nestor because Nestor's dialogue is unskippable. The amount of time it takes to actually do like a void out on a dragon, it's literally like the same amount of time it takes to just talk to the dragon and press X. Like maybe in a task there's like an argument that it might be like frames faster to do a void out, but it really depends on the dragon and the context of the approach, the movement associated with each particular dragon. I feel that generally speaking it's not really worth doing even in a task. But maybe it is and I'm wrong about that. What about Nasty Nork? There already is a fucking skip on Nasty Nork. Before Nestor Skip was already found, it's called fucking Credit Skip. Watch the end of my 120 record to see that. That trick is fucking sick. That shit is nothing like Nestor Skip. That's like an actually legitimately like fun proxy, like turn around, walk, like glide, flame from underneath. Like that trick is just all sorts of dope. Nestor Skip is you glide against the top of a dragon and flop and hope that he drops down at the right time. That's all there is to that trick. So it's like, it's kind of like a not super, like in my mind, it's not the most like fun trick, you know, compared to something like Credit Skip. And again, I will say this as like a quick disclaimer, like if we're speedrunning here, it doesn't really matter whether a trick is fun, right? It's like if we're trying to get the best time, we're trying to get the best time regardless of fun. Like I get that. But wanting to do a trick, just on the topic of wanting to do a trick or not, you know. Despite trying to go as fast as I can here, I'm still at liberty to pick and choose what strats I do, you know. That's just the reality of it. Wow. I got so lucky there. That was like the most insane grind I've ever done there. Yeah, that was Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Exactly, Ricky. What up, Ricky? I look like the druids in Magic Cradle, the green guys. Row, row, row. Is that me? Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Wow. What, dude, they have so many funny animations, those guys. From like laughing at you to the fucking running in circles. Wow, wow, wow. To like the manipulating the environment like little magic thing. Wow, wow, wow. Those guys are definitely a fucking funny NPC. Sounds just like me, yeah, I know. They must have been modeled after me. The devs, like, knew that I would be, like, some old bearded stoner guy. And they implemented that into the game when I was 3. Makes sense. Damn, how am I this far behind, bro? Like, this run isn't that bad. Like, shit, dude. Just some days you're just bleeding time, you know? Like, fuck. Second here, second there. Now I'm 7 seconds behind. Like, god damn, we need to clutch up here. God, it scared me. Thank you.
Got some bits left.
Appreciate that. White bait. Thanks for the good luck, Vlad. Do I think this game is the greatest all time? Sure. This game easily has affected my life more than any other video game ever will. But I don't know if that makes it the greatest of all time. It's just great for me, you know. Can't really speak for others in that respect. I admittedly have kind of a unique relationship to this game compared to other people, so I really don't feel like I could weigh in on like the overall like GOAT argument with this game. Like, Like, it's a good game, you know? It's a GOAT for me. That's about all I can say. There are other games I like. I mean, this game occupies a very specific, like, place in my mind, in my desires and goals in gaming at all. You know, this isn't like the sort of game I relax and chill out and just go through slowly, obviously. I'm like, this is very, like, high-oct for me, like, very high-intensity stuff. So, you know, on one end, this game is great with that in mind. But if I'm trying to chill out and just have fun, and, you know, and I'm not, like, playing like a fucking speedrun god, then, you know, obviously this game would not be a good choice. That's why I play something like RuneScape, you know? You feel what I'm saying? So, greatest of all time, like, I don't think any game really covers every base of, like, what type of vibe you want, like, out of a game. Like, games are just different genres and vibes and stuff for how you're feeling. It's kind of hard to be like, this is the greatest game of all time or whatever. And again, for me, my relationship with this game is, like, literally different than pretty much all of you guys'. I mean, no, not to separate myself too much from y'all, but, like, it's like my job, you know? It's like, I get to do this instead of working a real job. I've made a career out of this game, you know? So it's like, I don't really, for me to be like, oh, this is the greatest game ever. I mean, like, there's a lot of bias there, you know what I mean? If you're just saying speedrunning, I think this is one of the best, like, 3D platforming speedruns that's out there. Like, it's right up there with Mario 64, you know? A lot of PlayStation platformers are just really good speedruns, like Ratchet and Clank 2, fucking Jak and Daxter. Like, all of these games, like, are really good. Crash 2, you know? Kind of one of those, like, you know, if you like this kind of speedrunning, like, you can't beat the classics. So in the scheme of speedrunning, you know, there's I think a lot of these mainline early 2000s, late 90s PlayStation franchises they're just really, like, well mechanically optimized. The physics is just really, like, satisfying to get better at and to move quickly in, and that's just how it is. A lot of modern 3D games, like, struggle with that for one reason or another. A lot of games just feel like they're on rails nowadays, so it's like, doesn't mean they're worse, it's just like, if you like this style of speedrunning, then this is one of the best games for it. Banjo-Kazooie's cool. It's alright. Banjo-Kazooie's, like, in that same sort of, like, tier as, like, DK64, where they're just such massive collectathons. And especially because there's, like, a lot of lag in those games, and the movement isn't, like, as tight. It feels like the movement is looser in those games, you know? There are tight, like, you know, execution sections, don't get me wrong, in a game like Banjo-Kazooie, but I feel like it's one of those, like, larger scope, you know, type games at the cost of, like, the actual optimization of the physics, if that makes sense. Like, a game like Banjo-Kazooie, just, in my mind, it doesn't feel as tight as a game like Spyro, you know? But that's like, totally just a subjective matter. DK64, like, same thing. But those are great games and great speedruns. I'm not trying to talk shit on them or anything. They're just kind of, like I said, they're just, like, in a different category of speedrunning, you know? You're playing those games because they're kind of like endurance, you know? You're either, like, just clipping through walls and doing the world's quickest any %, or you're doing, like, a super long hundo run, you know? It's just, like, it's very different than this game where, like, in this game it's like, it's kind of a long any % and kind of a shorter 100% category, like 120%. Compared to other games like that. So that the scope of the game, I think, affects, like, its categorization in our mind as, like, as the quality of the speedrun, you know? Like, when you sit down and do, like, a 6-hour, an 8-hour run, that's, like, a whole different type of commitment than, like, a 2-hour or 1 hour, you know? And so But again, that doesn't mean it's like they're bad speedruns or anything. It's just they're just like a different category is all I'm saying. Different genre of platformer speedrunning. 3D platforming. Platforming. Who's my favorite dragon besides Spyro? Probably Mika. Mika the dragon in my YouTube chat. She's so cool and spunky and out there. So she's my favorite dragon besides Spyro. You're a fucking dragon now. What's up, Penjies? Did I get all the thieves? I think I failed. I missed one in another run, but I think I got them all here. Good gems, actually. Not losing too much. Still under 10 seconds behind. I've been, like, this run hasn't been bad. It's just been bleeding time the entire time. Unfortunately, now I'm, like, at a pretty weak deficit here, I should say. So, we'll see what happens. Missed one. Wow, you know, I can read the splits, too. Thank you for sharing. Missing one there is actually pretty good. The way my split counts are with the individual gem level counts is I'm usually gonna, well, wow, that sucked. Is I'm usually gonna miss at least a couple in every level. Even if I do them well, like some levels it's easier to get them all than others, but I have it intentionally set so that they're like on the high side on the splits. So generally you can expect, especially in these mid-game levels, that I'm not going to get every single gem. That doesn't necessarily mean that I'm down that many gems. It just means that like I could get more, if that makes sense. This is a terrible time loss, by the way. This run's basically un-PBable now that I missed that guy. I'll see what the damage is at the end of this level. But this might be a reset. I kind of want to continue though, because I've been resetting a lot today, so I might just no reset this one and then we'll get back into the grind. I think that's the play. We'll see. I'll just keep going for now. If things get like uglier, then I'll just probably reset. But for now, we continue. Nice spinners, by the way. Do what your way? No. You said I like analog for 1 and D-pad for 2 and 3. It's not based on feel, it's because Spyro turns harder in Spyro 2 and 3 when you turn diagonally with the D-pad. But that doesn't apply in this game. So in this game, it's just based on feel, but in 2 and 3, you kind of have to play on D-pad if you're speedrunning. I mean, you don't have to, but it is just objectively faster. No possible world record, so reset. So like where my head's at right now is I've been resetting a lot today. And yeah, I just kind of want to finish a run at this point right now. So I'm going to try to stick out this. I know this one can't really PB or world record. I'm sorry, fucking bitches in the chat. But like, you know, bear with me that I'm trying to balance the scales of resetting to no resetting right now. If I'm just resetting all day, like I'm going to only be playing the early game and not like playing the late game, and it's going to affect my mentality, and it'll lead to like less good runs if I'm only resetting and not at least pushing out a couple runs. I hope that makes sense to the Pace Pals who have surely already left now that I've said all that. Fucking bitches. So that's where my thought process is. Oh, I did miss an egg. I did miss an egg. I was wondering. Okay, I'll reset for that. Because I was wondering if I missed an egg or not. Which one was it? Do you guys remember? Don't tell me. I don't care. That was a mercy kill. Yeah, like I said, you know, before I said all that shit, like if another big mistake were to happen, I'd reset. So I think I stuck to my guns there, respectably. 3, 2, 1, go. What I'm not doing for the rest of today is like doing a panic reset. Like I'm at least giving each run a chance, you know? And once it really falls like 30, 20, 30 seconds behind, then it's like, okay, like, have multiple big like run killing mistakes. Then it's like, all right, we'll reset for that just because it's just like, fuck that. But that's like kind of my threshold right now. It's like around 20, 30 seconds, which admittedly is like more time loss than I want to be having, obviously, for a PB or world record pace. But I'm just trying to tip the scales a little bit more on the no resetty side right now. I knew it was going to be bad vibes if I'd have continued though and try to get a fucking egg or whatever it may be. So it's a good thing that I didn't. You said you missed one. Okay, all right. You want to argue with me, Dominic? All right, cool. You typed you missed one. I thought you meant you missed one gem, like because I was one gem down on the gem count on the splits, which explains my explanation to you after that. Now you were right that I missed one egg. Okay. Now, just because you're right doesn't mean I'm happy you typed that. Okay. Like, I don't want. This is the thing, is whether you're right or wrong, I don't want your help. I don't want your input. I don't want any of that. So please try to respect that. That's all I ask. If this continues to be a problem, just know that a ban will come if you continue to try to tell me, like try to help my run like in whatever way. This is the warning right now. I understand it's hard to resist the urge sometimes. I get it. So like I'm not mad, but it's just just so we're all on the same page here. Please do not give me any help or tell me any bullshit like that. It will result in a ban eventually. It's all good though. I'm not mad. I love you guys. Yeah, Bex, can you ban Dominique? They don't seem to get it. It's cool. See you, Dominique. It was nice having you here, Dominique. Hope you enjoy the rest of the stream. Right, let's see if we can get a good run here. That's insane. I literally explained the whole situation and you're just still arguing with me. So how is this insane at all? How is this insane? I explained entirely how I felt to you. I even was about to let you live and you're arguing with me. So how does that make me insane? Like you clearly disagree with how I look at this. So I'm not about to like have you in my chat if that's how it's going to be. It's pretty reasonable. I mean, if you ask me. Doesn't mean I don't appreciate you. Like I said, I appreciate you watching. I don't understand why it has to be like so like, bro, but I said this and you just don't get it, Mr. Streamer. It's like fucking. It's like what? Like what? I'm not gonna argue with you guys. Like, like it's all good. So, if you want to argue with me, I mean, sure, like that's the result. It's a shame. I don't like having to ban people. If you're going to be all mad, if you're going to be all pissy in my chat, like bye. What's up, Bryson? Thank you for the resub. Appreciate that. Yeah, you can still watch if you're blocked on. It's technically a block. It just means you can't type in the chat. That's all it is. And it's the same thing on Twitch. I actually have this setting. They implemented the setting that if you get banned on Twitch, you can still watch. I want to be very clear that no matter how annoying or argumentative or whatever anybody is, I appreciate you guys watching. It's all good. I really can't be, you know. I don't, like, I think for me, it's like, I don't have the emotional, like, what's the word? I don't have the emotional space to deal with that, you know, to deal with someone like getting all mad at me and my getting like disagreeing with me about just like my own way I want to play this game and experience it. Like some people really, I've noticed this in Twitch chat. It's like, if they feel they're right, then they'll just argue that to the grave and that's it, the end. And I simply put, I don't want people like that in my chat. If you're gonna argue with me just because you're right about me missing a gem, that doesn't mean that I want you to tell me. Like, and you gotta respect that. Like, you gotta respect that. If you can't respect that, you're out, you know? Simply put, I don't think that makes me a dick at all. But maybe I'm just coping. It's really not even like a question of right versus wrong. It's a question of like you gotta, it's a question of respect, really, is what it is. You gotta respect my wishes here with this grind. If I'm gonna stream for you, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not about to get like fucking bothered by you, you know, by your messages. It's just one of those hard lines I take. Now, granted, could I be more chill about it? Yeah, probably. I could probably just let people type whatever they want, like in terms of missed gems. And sometimes, that's why I say it's like, you know, if we're not on the same page and someone's like, oh, you missed this, oh, I was right, okay, you know, hey, don't do that in the future. And then that really, it's so funny when like you put your foot down about something like that, because that's when chatters really show their true color. Like Dominique, that's when the arguments start. What are you talking about, bro? Why are you getting mad? Like, bro. Oh, fuck. Well, anyway, I threw this whole run trying to discuss all of that. See how distracted like a situation like this makes me? That's why I have to either have to ban people or just try to completely ignore stuff like that. So that is, I think, definitely part of the challenge with this grind is like not letting my psyche or not letting myself get distracted by little bitches. 3, 2, 1, go. And to be fair, I'm the one being a bitch here, you know, to put my foot down and say, hey, I don't want help, you know. God forbid, I don't want help. I'll admit that it makes me a bitch, you know. Like the chill solution is just let people just fucking say their stupid piece, but you know, fuck you. It's kind of like my stream, my rules, you know. I think that is true, Zelda. I think a lot of people do go their whole lives without being told no. I'm not gonna say that was true in the case of Dominique, but I mean, all I'll say is like I said earlier, is when you put your foot down about something like that, like, hey, I don't want to be told something like this in my stream. Even if you're right, I don't want to be told if I miss a gem or a thief or something like that. Like, I'd rather have my run die on my own terms, you know? Call that egotistical, call that crazy or whatever. But if you're gonna argue with that, that really tells me a lot about you. That tells me a lot about your character, that you feel you have to be right, you know? And if I don't accept and respect that you're right, then there's a problem there or something. So in a way, it's kind of nice to have like a little rule like that here or there, because it shows people's, instead of just being completely lax, because I think I'm pretty lax for the most part with my chat. Like, you guys can talk about pretty much whatever, and I'm not gonna just like ban you like instantly or whatever. But it's when you show your true colors about being like a real argumentative bitch with me, like that's when it's like, you know, that's when push comes to shove. Why argue? I'm just here to play the game and entertain you guys. Why get mad at me? You know? Just because I disagreed with you, you know? Three, two, one, go. But you know, everybody has a hill. You know, they're gonna die on. That's like a good point, Brendan. Like, everyone's got their hill they want to die on. And in my case, my hill, you know, in the same way that Dominique like died on the hill of like insisting that they were right or that I'm mad or they're just like trying to argue with me. In the same way that Dominique died on that hill, I'm also in the same way I'm dying on the hill that, you know, I don't want to be told those things. So whether that makes me a bitch or them a bitch, I think we're both a little bit. I think we're both bitches, to be completely honest with you. And that's okay. I missed a start timer? I don't think so. I see the timer going. But I guess that's just one of my peeves, you know? It's just one of my little pet peeves is people trying to tell me how to play a game that I've been playing, like... And you could... There's definitely some ego there. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'll keep it 100% with you guys. There's definitely some... I have an ego, you know? And it's like, people come in here and tell me, like, you did this wrong, you did that wrong. It's like, shut the fuck up, you know? Like... Even if you're right, like, that's what I'm saying. You didn't start your timer. It's like, dude, just enjoy the stream. If I miss my timer and I want to reset, like, I'll figure it out. You know, you don't gotta tell me. And I just had a loud ass Windows Defender notification. That was epic. So yeah, hopefully that gives you guys some perspective on like what I'm willing to take in terms of criticism in my chat and in terms of like it's just backseating, really, is all it is. Yeah, a lot of people use a countdown timer. I'm just too lazy. Since I have a foot pedal, I can start the timing on first movement without it having to say, you know, minus 24 point whatever. What is it, 22.6 on fast disk speed, I think? I used to use a countdown timer. I just don't feel like it anymore. Anyways, all that to say, you know, rest in peace, Dominique. I hope you don't hate me. I just had to get you out of here. It's for my own mental health, really. Hope you understand. If you do hate me, then fuck you. Bitch. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna say? You gonna say anything about it? Little pussy? It's not a big deal, you know? It's not that deep. Who cares? I've had people really, like, get so upset with me for banning them before. I have stories. I'm not gonna tell all the stories of people that I've unbanned. Some of them are personal, you know. But like, damn, dude. Let's just say I've been in like Discord, like on a Discord call with people that I have previously banned, and they're yelling at me because I banned them. Like, dude, it's a fucking Twitch chat. It's not like I hate you and we're not friends anymore or something. Like, what the like, people get fucking crazy about, like, getting banned in a chat. They're like, oh, this guy clearly fucking hates me forever. They just, that's the assumption. Like, no. I just don't want you distracting me with your bitch-ass comments, you know? You're distracting me for one reason or another. Or bothering me or whatever. It doesn't mean I fucking, like, people just get so personal about getting, like, banned from a chat, I've noticed. It's not a personal thing at all. I get it. It's like, maybe you feel wronged or something, but that's why you got banned, is because you're so volatile, you know what I mean? Like, when someone gets really volatile, I'm like, why did you ban me? Like, it's a funny irony that it, like, justifies the ban, you know? Dr. Cranium, thank you for the resub. At tier 3, by the way, fucking legend. Super fucking legend. 23 months. I will run. I'm done talking about bans and stuff. Let's talk about distracting. Let's see if we can get a good run going here. Thank you for the good luck, Jamlot. But yeah, as like a final thought about like, you know, me being like a fucking, you know, harsh ruler and banning people and stuff is like, I hope you guys feel like you can be open in my chat and say whatever you want, you know, for the most part. That's as long as it's not like hateful, you know. That's my only goal. So I'm not trying to make it like, okay, you gotta tiptoe around in my chat. It's a delicate balance, I think, as a streamer. Especially when you put the ban hammer down, it's like, you know, I don't want to make people feel like they're on eggshells, really. Oh, that's not gonna work. It's a shame. That almost worked. If one could have a superpower, what would it be? From ever since I was a kid, my favorite superpower has always been flight. I've always wanted to just fly, just like stand up or just like levitate into the air and just like fly away at whatever speed I want, like Superman or whatever. 3, 2, 1, go. I feel like that's the best superpower if I had to pick one. Yeah, extended sparks range IRL, like home in money from the street, like little penny on the fucking sidewalk.
Okay, rolling. Oh, it's been peaceful.
Yeah, if someone like, for example, if Dominique made like a second account and came back and was like, you know, and just was chill, even if they said, hey, it's Dominique, sorry, you know, I wouldn't ban them for that. I would let them live. Especially considering that on YouTube, there's no unban system. Like on Twitch, I could unban people, but on YouTube, I can't unblock them unless I like specifically look them up. Like they have no recourse. They can't say sorry after they've been blocked. But I believe in second chances, you know? So on YouTube, if you get blocked, like you can totally make another. I'm not inviting anyone to do this, but you can make a second account if you feel like you can function in my chat without getting banned again. Then yeah, you can do that. I won't reban people just because I've previously banned them just arbitrarily. Like I said, I'm pretty benevolent. Like. I think I'm more relaxed than most Twitch streamers in that regard. I think a lot of Twitch streamers, if they saw someone ban evading and like making an alt, they would just instantly reban them. I would only reban them if they were still being a bitch, you know? Like I'm willing to give them the second chance. I am back post-ban. I have not learned from my mistake. Welcome back. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna assume that any message like that right now is like a joke, like a meme, like... Because obviously I'm talking about it, so... I think you're just a big jokester, Monochrome. I'm not gonna lie to you. You'd reban it because it's against TOS to ban evade, and there could be implications to punish. So what you're saying is if someone makes another alt on YouTube, I'm just talking about on YouTube. If someone makes another alt on YouTube, okay, well let's talk about Twitch and YouTube. Let's say someone makes a second account after I've banned them and denied an unban request. That's a little different now than YouTube, right? Because I've also denied an unban request, right? So I'm definitely going to be like less, what's the word? Given the denied unban request, I'm going to be less lenient if someone comes back. Because they'll have already proved that they're not sorry, you know? And if they make it clear that they're that same person again, yeah, chances are I would just reban them, you know? But I mean, I think the context is really important there. And let's say as a hypothetical, I don't even really, I'm kind of done talking about this. I feel like we're not really like, accomplishing much. I'll just leave it at this. That's a fair point. None likes Dan. I don't personally think I'm in danger of getting banned from the website for letting someone make an alt and whatever. And hanging out in my chat. As long as they're not saying hateful stuff. I mean, that's the only thing that'll get me banned is if I'm letting people be racist and stuff in my chat. You know, technically, if we want to be picky, it's technically against the community guidelines to show the YouTube chat on screen. Technically, if we want to get technical. But there are just certain things that Twitch cares about and certain things that they don't. I'm sorry that that's just how it is, but that's just how it is. They got bigger fish to fry than, you know, putting the ban hammer on me for showing the YouTube channels. They don't ban people for that. And similarly, like if someone came back on an alt, you know, and wasn't being hateful or racist, they wouldn't ban you for that. I'm pretty confident in saying that. I mean, I understand the thought process of like, well, you know, if you're skirting the rules a little bit, like you don't want to skirt the rules at all. You want to be as safe as possible. I get it, but that's just not my approach. I'm a little bit more realistic about like what Twitch does and doesn't enforce, and I cater my stream around like that rather than like, okay, everything is exactly by the book. You cannot, because here's the thing, is even if you're exactly by the book, they can still just ban you anyways. If it's like a question of, oh, I don't want to ever get, like you can get banned for fucking nothing on this website. And they could just give you a bullshit reason. And that happens all the time too. So, like, so if you want to be safe, I mean, go ahead. But, you know, like you'll never really be safe is another way of looking at it as well. But yeah, it's not to take away from what you said, Dan. Like, that's a totally fair approach, and I think my approach makes sense as well. I think we're both justified. Can you get banned for picking your nose? I don't think so, unless it's like very like a close-up of your nostrils and like gross. I don't know. I don't think so though. I've definitely picked my nose on stream before. I got big cojones. I mean, I've been doing shit the same way for like quite a while now, especially with like the multi-chat and all that. Like, I'm pretty confident that I'm in no danger here. And I feel like for the types of transgressions that we're talking about here, they're not, even if I did worst case scenario get banned for allowing an alt, someone's alt that was previously banned to come in the chat and let them live because I'm like a nice guy and shit, and say I got banned, it would be like maybe a 2-day ban. You know, it's not like you're gonna get perma-banned over something like that. Now, if people are saying racist shit in your chat, that's another story. Or you're like sending hate raids out or whatever. There's just a lot of context with all this stuff that it's not like as it's all gray, you know. It's all like context and all like, you know, as long as you're not being a fucking dick, basically, then you're pretty much fine on this website. As far as I could tell. As long as you're not a dick, hateful, or doing anything explicitly illegal on stream, then I'd say your chances of getting banned are pretty low. We're losing a little time here. I think I'm about to steal. But sadly, I mean, it's not the same game for everybody here, you know. Some people just have some streamers just have a magnifying glass on them. And anytime they slip up a little bit, it's like, okay, get banned for another 30 days for one reason or another, you know. And I feel lucky not to have a, you know, to not feel the pressure of Twitch looking at me with a magnifying glass. So that's another perspective as well. Like, I really made like a really conscious decision with my stream like a few years ago. This was like in 2019 when I decided to set the mature content filter on my stream. I was like, and remember back then I was like trying to become a school teacher. So like I really was facing, oh, by the way, Creo, thank you for the tier 1, by the way, love you, Creo. I was really facing a lot of struggle with like Well, let me focus. With like, how do I present myself on stream? Like, what if my students find my stream and they see me talking about like jerking off and drugs and being shirtless, like on some degen speedrunner shit, like really speaking my mind, cursing left and right like a sailor, you know? Like, what would my students think of that? And like, I really, sadly, you kind of have to think about like the implications, like on the rest of your life when you have a hobby like this, where you're just publicly just showing your honest to God self online. And, I kind of came to the conclusion that I was like, you know what? If I get fired from even if I were to become a teacher and get fired, get called in the principal's office because I said titty caca balls on stream, and some kid's mom found out and the principal had to reprimand and fire me, then you know what? I happen to be so deep and so far gone in this hobby, and I happen to get so much out of it that I'm willing to take that risk. I'm willing to be a risky guy, like as Dan said earlier, to have some cojones about what I'm doing here, to be as real as possible, to like not censor myself. I'm not here to censor myself, you know? I might say some shit that is like disagreeable or controversial at times, you know? It's not like, oh, no politics here, we gotta keep everything PG. It's like, fuck, dude, you can talk about whatever. I don't want to talk about politics because first of all, I don't know shit about any of that. Secondly, I don't give a fuck. But you know, that's another story. That's my privilege talking right there. But yeah, I mean, like, I really feel this whole hobby has made me feel so empowered over the years, like to really just be. I'm like really finding each day I stream, I'm like finding myself like a little bit. I'm like learning a little bit about myself and about the game and all this shit, you know. So I refuse to censor myself. I refuse to like, you know, change the way I am just, you know, for even if Twitch bans me for like whatever reason, like I'll fucking keep streaming on YouTube. I'll stream on Kick, you know? Like I'm not afraid of the repercussions of just being my honest to God self. And that's a hard call to make, honestly, especially if you have like a real job and a real life outside of streaming. You know, it's hard to, you know, it's justified that people, you know, don't want to be completely uncensored like that. Like, I get it. But yeah, that was like an honest, like, to God. And I remember having a conversation with my parents when I set the mature content filter on. Because I was like talking about it on stream, and so they kind of noticed that like that was on, that my stream was like 18 plus. I said that in the rules as well. And my parents were like, dude, like, you know, aren't you concerned that you're gonna like not get much? Like, keep in mind, they have no idea about Twitch or anything or any shit like this. They're just like, they just know that I do this for money and that I have like some viewers and stuff. So they're like, aren't you scared that you're like gonna be alienating like new viewers like by having like a filter like that on? Like, ideally, you're attracting the largest crowd if you're doing this as a job, as a full-time living. But what they don't understand is that being your honest to God self, being uncensored and being kind of unhinged in a sense, is what makes people like, in a sense, like me, to, you know, just be unfiltered. Like, I think a lot of you guys appreciate that from me. And I appreciate that. That makes it like worth doing for me as well, that it's like, I don't have to, you know, I don't have to be fake. Like, part of the reason I was so happy to get out of teaching, it's like, that's like a lot of jobs, you have to just be fake. You have to be like some professional version of yourself, you know, that's not you. Like, why do people like Twitch streamers? It's like, because they're real. Like, you could see yourself in my shoes maybe in one sense or another. So the moment I start putting up like barriers, like, oh, like I'm gonna not be my real self in front of you guys, like I feel like that really detracts from the whole experience. Like, look at like Ninja, you know, like Ninja, like, you know, very early on made his stream like family friendly, quote unquote. But then it's like, but then in those moments where he is really like just really himself and like fucking cussing at Fortnite and cussing at little kids in Fortnite, it's like a juxtaposition. It's like, well, you can't have it both ways. You're either yourself or you're completely filtered professional mode. But you can't be both, you know, unfortunately. So I chose, you know, being real. There's just benefits and drawbacks to both, but I feel like I made the right call in that sense. When was the last time I smanged some sushi? Bro, I'm gonna fucking smash some sushi this weekend. I'm going to a conveyor belt sushi place with, I think, Rico and Sarah, of course. After we do all of our Japanese festival stuff in DC. Dude, Onimax, I'm so glad you're like, you said that. It's like, I'm kind of like, a lot of us, we censor ourselves so much just to get by and like in society or whatever, or just on our day-to-day or around our families. Mr. Yellow there, by the way, that's a lot of us just naturally have grown accustomed to just censoring ourselves just all the time. You know? Like a lot of us don't have an outlet where you can talk into like, I'm sitting here just talking into a microphone, like just saying like my shit, you know? I don't do that normally. I'm not a loudmouth normally in life. I'm like, I very much know when to keep my mouth shut and when not to cause, you know, distress. Be it for, I don't know, my mom or for Sarah or whatever. Like, maybe I'd want to raise my voice and argue a little bit here or there, but it's like, you know, I don't want that smoke. I don't want to cause an issue. Like, I'd rather, you know, yeah, sure, whatever. I'll do whatever you say. Like, it's fine, you know? So yeah, like, it's definitely is like a more censored, just to exist, I feel like, with other people in the world, it's like, you do censor yourself a little bit, naturally. It's like, it's really hard to avoid. It's hard to be completely, like, unabashed. Especially in public or around other people, I find. So that's why this is like such a cool outlet for me, is that it's like, partly because there is nobody else in here with me. Like, I can explore my thoughts. You know, I have you guys giving your takes on whatever I'm saying in the chat, but like, it is just me here, me in a game, you know? So I get to really explore that. Like, just to explore, like, just, like, how do I really feel about shit, you know? I never get like this introspective, like, when I'm not streaming. I'm just like, oh, yeah. Like, yeah, whatever. I'm a lot quieter. I'm a lot more reserved, like, off stream, if you can believe it. I'm not a loudmouth really off stream, unless you get a few drinks in me, maybe. A little slow there. Oh, come on. But yeah. You were in DC last week? Yeah, dude, we're going to a Japanese festival called Sakura Matsuri this weekend. Sarah and I are going to be there on the 13th, so if any of you guys are in the DC area or want to go check that out, it's when the cherry blossom trees blossom their fucking shit outside the Capitol building. And there's lots of stands of, you know, people selling like stickers and, you know, weeb shit, you know, costume contests and all that. It's very cute. Outdoors. What's up, Sephi? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, good to see you on YouTube. Oh, good to see you on YouTube, Sephi. You're very zesty today for that, yeah. Cherry blossoms are past peak. Ah, well, whatever. Don't rain on my parade here. You would think they would schedule the fucking thing like when it's. I just assumed it was peak cherry blossom season. I guess not, according to you. Fuck the cherry blossoms. I'm just going to get drunk and hang out and go on a cute date with Sarah. This might come as a surprise. I actually don't really give a fuck about cherry blossoms. Shocking. Ban that guy? Ban who? Ban you, Zelda? Is that what you want? Don't tempt me. I got my mods at the ready, you better. I'm just playing around, you're good. I don't give a fuck about Sarah. No, I do give a fuck about Sarah. That's why I give a fuck about this festival, because I would not give a fuck about this festival if it weren't for Sarah wanting to go, you know? Like, that's just the honest to God truth. But because Sarah wants to go, now I want to go, and now it's like gonna be a fun date thing. We got like a hotel, and we're gonna go get weed and like have pizza and stuff. It'll be cute, dude. Like, you know. Please no. Please no, man. You're good. Don't worry. Oops. That's better. And slow. Slow and missing some gems. Again, my runs today have just been bleeding time the whole time. Like, it's kind of a shame, but you know, let's keep it moving though. I'm just not that guy today where I'm putting down crazy paces. I still have yet to finish a run, by the way, so I am gonna hopefully try to finish this one. Just like my last one that fucking missed a thief. A dragon animation skip? I mean, that's what I just did, actually. I don't know if you realize this, but the one dragon you can skip besides Nestor in this entire game, I just did right as I entered this level. You touch the dragon that's sitting outside the portal from the other side, and it skips the entire, like, the, you know, exploding pedestal animation and text and everything. You'll notice that that dragon is collected when I exit from under my feet. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no other dragons that are close enough to portals to actually do that particular dragon skip on. Is it hard to do? It just requires getting the camera stuck on the portal, because the level doesn't load until the camera touches the portal. So if you get the camera stuck on, like, the archway that the portal is on, see how that dragon's collected? And it wasn't collected when I entered? I touched it through the portal. Have a good night, Bex. Very nice. Yeah, that was a long time ago, Onimax. In 120%, it is kind of harder because you have to grab all the gems. Like, in any percent, you can miss the third gem behind the portal. So it is technically a little harder to do Boldar skip consistently in 120. But you could understand, like, less consistency there. Ugh, goddamn. But yeah, even in 120, I've grown pretty consistent with that. Still keeping it sub 10 seconds behind, I guess, but this run's not really setting my balls ablaze or anything. But who knows? You know, maybe still PBable. I'm not saying it's over yet. We're doing okay on gems, I think. We'll take a look when I get into Wild Flight here. Exactly 10 seconds behind. I just keep bleeding time everywhere, dude. It's just one of those runs. One of those days. Some days I'm just pacing. And other days I'm just bleeding. That's why I like running against these splits. They tell me a little bit more of that information. Like, if I'm really going for a PB, it's like, am I pacing or am I slowly bleeding? You know? I wouldn't get that information if I was just green, like, all the time, like running against a 38 or something. We'll get world records soon, dude. I hope so. I mean, we'll see. Maybe not on this run, though. But thank you for believing in me. You've been doing any percent in this game, Smilers? Good luck on that. If you're curious, this is an open invitation. I always say this every stream. It's my daily shill about this. But I've recently been giving Spyro 1 lessons to anyone who's curious about that, or has been learning this game, or wants to learn this game, doesn't know where to start, or maybe you've done a run or two, or maybe you've done a bunch of runs and you just want to talk about mentality and where you're at in your current grind. I will have an hour-and-a-half long Discord call sit down with you where we can share screens and talk about strats as well as all sorts of the mental that goes into this and outlook and discuss your next steps in this game and all of that. For 40 bucks, 40 bucks. If that sounds like too much, then my service is not for you. Simply put, it's okay. You don't have to use my service. I'm not forcing anybody to do this. I think 40 is a fair price for an hour and a half of my time. Really dedicated to helping you. I am losing a bunch of time for that. Yeah, I just gave Getro a lesson last night. Getro bed in the chat, so they vouch for me, so they think it's worth it. I understand where like gaming, coaching, and stuff like that. It's kind of a sensitive subject for some people. It's like why are you gonna charge money just to fucking play the game? You know, it's like, but you gotta remember, I'm like the world record holder. I'm one of the world record holders in this game. Been doing it for a long time. I talk a lot about like mentality, and I consider myself a pretty good teacher. And not to rub my own dick too much about it, but I think I genuinely like can help any new player in this game, like with like an hour and a half sit down. I could at very least tell you what your next steps are and give you like a path of success. But yeah, that's just my little shill right there to those who are maybe interested. If you are interested, feel free to DM me on Discord. My DMs are open. Exclamation point Discord in the chat. Yeah, remember that before I became like a full-time speedrunner, I was gonna be a full-time teacher. Like, remember that little detail. So, I think I'm a good candidate for this whole thing. But I do want to say, like, on the topic of it all, like, you know, you could get, like, similar levels of guidance and mentorship from other players for free if you wanted. Like, I'm not going to say that that's not a thing either. Like, you could go bother Laura or Composer or any of these other players that are very active, and they will help you to some degree. But it makes things a lot more clear and a lot more easy when it's like, okay, here's 40 bucks, now help me. So then it doesn't get like annoying, you know what I mean? Where it's like, okay, like this is your 5th fucking question about something. It's like, you know, if you're the type of person that like values another person's time, like you don't want to be annoying or pushy. But with that said, if you don't care about those things, yeah, you could be like, you could just ask questions to any of the other people. I'm sure many other Spyro 1 speedrunners would be willing to just sit in a Discord call with you for free to any potential person that's interested in it. I charge some money for that, and I think that's fair. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, I'm not gonna pretend like I won't just answer questions here in the chat or anything. Like, I'm here to help, you know. We're all here to help. And this isn't like meant to be like a hard like sell, or I'm not trying to like sell you like you can't just get help elsewhere, you know. I just think my help is valuable like that. That's all. Call me conceited. Fuck you, Pacer. Yeah, no, I definitely won't say that. I won't be like, you cannot ask me any questions until send me PayPal. It's not like that. This isn't like some fucking racket, like... I am reasonable. Does the teaching session include a happy ending? If by happy ending you're happy that you now like feel like you have a plan in this game and that you feel like you're getting better and you've had a few breakthroughs, and if getting better at this game makes you happy, then yes, you will have a happy ending at pretty much any lesson with me. Especially if you're a newer player, like you will guaranteed learn like a lot of stuff with me. The Laura launch saves like what, like a second? Half a second? It's just inconsistent, so we don't usually do it. It's like the risk reward isn't super there. For something that like works like maybe a little more than half the time. Like for 1 second, it's like, eh. And also, you could do a charge through the fence there as well, which I tried to go for yesterday and failed, which saves an additional another half a second. So the time saves from Laura launch and the fence clip, they are time saves. They're just not big time saves. They're hard to justify for the lack of consistency. But that's not to discourage anyone from going for them. They are swag. Sometimes that's all that matters. Oops. That was slow. Losing time. I'm just bleeding time like crazy here. Yeah, Getro. I mean, I feel like that's just a thing in speedrunning. It's like, it could be very easy, especially when you're starting out, that it's like, what do I do? Like, you just feel lost. It's like, well, what's my next step, you know? Having someone to be like, do this, do this, do this, you know? Do a run, do individual level practice, use these codes, do it this way, let's look at this level, let's like do an example like of that, you know? Like, let's like really look at, let's talk about what you were struggling with in your runs, you know? What you still feel confused about. And maybe for some people, like, you're not confused. Maybe for some people it is already, like, you're used to speedrunning and you're used to learning things and this isn't like that complicated. In truth, it really shouldn't be that complicated. In truth, it's like, you know, you watch a video, you copy what they do. You know, you watch another video, you learn something new, you know? Maybe someone explains something that you weren't understanding before, like something a little underneath the hood in a game. But for the most part, you can learn like 95% of like what's happening here just on your own without speaking another word to a human, you know? But everybody learns differently and everyone, you know, is like everyone's different, you know? And I definitely get that feeling where it's like you feel lost, you know, and like, where do I want to get into Spyro? I get this message all the time in my chat. I want to get into Spyro speedrunning, but I don't know where to start. You know, it's like, so okay, watch all these fucking multi-hour-long tutorials and stuff, and then it's like, you know, it's like you could watch all the fucking things in the world, but until you like sit down and like really try to learn a strat, try to copy someone, it's like not gonna codify. And then even then, there's like so much to learn, right at the start, so much to copy, so much to pick up on that you have to take it in chunks. You have to take it in like big picture, like just go from point A to point B, go to this dragon, go to that dragon. And then go back through the run. This is like what I was talking about with Getro. Is like now Getro has to go back through the run and look at individual sections and IL practice those sections now because they understand the route, the general route, but they don't understand the micro movement that allows the route to really be optimal. So like, there's levels to this stuff, and yeah. For some people, it's easier to do than others. For me, it's like I feel like I've done enough route learning and speedrunning that I know my process. Everyone's process is different. I know my process, and I think my process is a good one if the goal is to get better and to really be emotionally sound with what you're doing. But, you know, all this stuff, it really is subjective as well. Like, you know, you can get better by doing certain things, but also, like, you just play the game at your own rate. Maybe you don't give a fuck about learning routes or anything like that. That's cool too, you know? I'm not gonna hate on that. Ash got like a fucking, what, like a 3 hour, 30-minute time in, Oop, I fucked that up. I am missing it. Yeah. I'll just wait it, because it's a 10. This run sucks anyways. Ash got a 3.5 hour time in 117%, I believe, without a route. I mean, like, that's how they kind of claim it to be. Of course, it really, to get a time like that, they sort of came up with their own route, is another way to say it. So, like, there's a lot of ways to do shit here, y'all. I'm not saying, like, my way or the highway. I'm just saying if you're lost, my way is, like, it's very... Like, I'm here to help, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm here to help, that's all I'm saying. That's a cool thing with this hobby, is most speedrunners are willing to help. Like, people always talk about, like, in gaming, like, competitive gaming, that it's like, oh, there's this toxic environment, and, like, you know, people are, like, fucking at each other's throats and stuff. I feel like just in this hobby, at least in Spyro, it's like, dude, everyone's, in general, in speedrunning, everyone's just here to help. Like, people who have been playing the game for years, who have just started, haven't started yet, like, you're having issues with your tech setup, with your fucking capture card, what emulator, how to do save states, how to practice, how to think about runs, how much to reset. Like, in general, all those questions are fair game, and I think any speedrunner that actually gives two fucks about the hobby will answer each of those questions for, you know, for free, because we like doing this shit, you know? That's why I say, like, I understand if people don't want to spend like $40 on a lesson with me. Like, you can get this information if you're just, you know, if you seek it out. But that's the point of a lesson, I felt like. I always felt that way with music as well, because I was going to be a music teacher. Oh, how many gems do I have? I'm pretty under-gemmed. That's bad. But whatever. Goof. I'll just grab the extra 5. Like, I don't know. I'll try to grab some extras here. I felt that way with music as well, because it's like, music is like an art form, and so there's a lot of subjectivity in terms of what's good and what's bad. And, you know, even if you study with like the greatest players, you know, like, they're only great at like a particular niche of music and maybe some mechanical skills, you know, to accomplish that. But then, like, on the other side of that coin, like, you could be interested in a type of music that isn't relevant to like what your teacher does at all. And that doesn't mean your teacher sucks, or that, you know, or that it's bad or whatever. It's just there's a lot of perspectives, you know. But what's nice about having a lesson, even if it's with a teacher that, you know, whose interests don't exactly align with yours, the nice thing is that you still get their wisdom from years of them going through that same thing, of having teachers and going through the whole process and realizing how they're different from other people. Like, one thing you'll learn, like, being in close contact with someone who's very used to a hobby, is they know exactly what they want. They know exactly how they are. They know exactly all of their own quirks. And that is something that, you know, any beginner really, I feel like, can stand to gain from, you know? Whether you sit down with a classical piano teacher and you're trying to learn like fucking metal vocals, there is still something to be learned there. For both of you guys. Not just for the student, but for the teacher as well. You know, a lesson, an hour and a half long lesson where you really just say, all right, how do I get better at what I'm trying to do here? And it's two people like on similar branching journeys, you know, just going back and forth. There is just so much to be learned from that. How many gems do I have? That's like the beauty of teaching. It's not that like, okay, I give you the information, the literal information that you could go find on your own, which I will partly do that. But then there's also like there's a wisdom, there's a transfer of wisdom that you don't get without like actually talking one-on-one with someone who's been doing whatever thing it is for a long time. So I think that's like really the beauty of the private lesson, is the transfer of wisdom. As well as like that clarifying of confusion, of like, as well as like those little aha moments that like, even if you could figure out yourself, you know, on YouTube or whatever, that like, to see that moment happen in front of you, I think like as a teacher, it's a really good feeling, and as a student, it's a good feeling, you know. I've been on both sides of that. Well, that was a pretty bad rat there. Fucking sucked. Come on, just give it to me. Holy fuck. Stupid rat. I charge per lesson, Mika. I do $40 for an hour and a half. I used to do $40 for 1 hour, but I found that like an hour and a half is like the exact, it's like the sweet spot. of like really getting down to brass tacks of like, all right, what are you trying to do? All right, we're trying to do this. And then by the time we get to that 1 hour mark, that's when the life lessons and like the really like, okay, now we're starting to get somewhere, you know what I mean? That's just at least what I found in my last couple Spyro lessons. Another cool thing about sitting down with a private teacher is it's a good lesson in it's a good it's a good practice in controlling your ego. Because if you're just, you know, like if you're just doing something by yourself and, you know, and maybe you show your immediate friends and family and they're like, "Wow, you're so good. Wow, I got that rat. That was a cool one." Normally I don't get it on that wall right there, but that was cool. What was I saying? Oh yeah, if you learn something, if you're just completely self-taught with something, the ego is a lot more of a problem than when you can like accept that someone else might know something more than you do. I know that sounds like kind of obvious, but like to really sit down and be like, okay, I'm the student, you're the like I'm willing to be wrong, you know? It's like, are you willing to be wrong about something? Are you willing to like accept that there's something you don't know that this person has to tell you? Like there's a lot of tearing down your ego to do that. And that's also a really good like that's just good in general for getting good at anything. Because as good as I get at this game, like I have an ego, and that's gonna get in the way of me actually progressing. Look, let's talk about Nestor Skip. Like, dude, if I just put my ego aside about trying to get this fucking world record, like right now, here and now, like it's like an ego motivated thing. Like I'm excited about the PB and I'm excited about the result, but like if I do plan on doing Nestor Skip eventually, I might as well set my ego aside and be willing to suck at this trick over and over and over until gradually I like start to feel more confident with it. It very much is like an ego exercise.
Well, mostly.
To get better at something. And sitting down with the teacher is like the ultimate example of that. It's the ultimate, like you like implicitly saying like, you know, here is someone that's better than me or more experienced in one way or another, and I am the person with no, you know, with not that you can't do anything, but it's just that I'm here to learn, you know. To go into something and be like, I'm here to learn, that like takes a lot of like tearing down your ego, really. If you really mean that, you know. Thank you for the respect for not resetting. I had to no reset eventually, dude. I'm 3 hours in. It's pretty bad day of grinding, if I'm being honest. Hey man, some days are not fast. I feel good. Hey, at least like my vibes are there. I'm chatting. I'm having a good time. You know. I hope that counts for something. But yeah, I'll do another run after this, and then we'll see how I'm feeling after that. What's up, Kanjay? Thank you for the reset. I'll let the credits play and just chill since I'm being so talkative, anyways. It's insane how involved we can be. It's not even like the conventional way of beating the game. Yeah, I mean that's like but that like brings up its own question. Like, what's the right way to play a game? Like, that's kind of like at the heart of what you're saying. You know, there's no like right way to play a game. There are faster and slower strategies, but to try to beat the game as fast as possible isn't the right way to play per se. It's just how I want to. Is the current Vortex record easier to beat than any percent? No, definitely not. The current Vortex world record is like almost perfect. It's actually insane. I actually haven't watched the most recent one, I believe in 1956, I think, by Composer. I did do a live watch and commentary with Composer of his 1958, I believe, or 59, whatever it was, which you can see on my YouTube channel. But I haven't seen the most recent one. But I remember even with that 58, it was like, dude, like this run, like he made no mistakes, you know. Like when the runs get shorter and shorter, they get more and more optimized. That's kind of how it is. And right now, any percent's like kind of in a unique spot where it's like, even though Laura's record is good, it is pretty optimized. Like I think any percent right now has the most room for improvement out of all the categories in this game. If we're just talking about Vortex 120 and any percent, I think any percent has the most room to improve. Just by a few seconds, not by like a lot, but just by a few seconds. Once people start getting good at 120%, then, or I mean, start getting as good as me. I hate to say it that way, but like at 120%, then hopefully that vibe will shift in that category as well. Why is Nestor Skip so hard? It's just it's so precise, and you only get to do a couple inputs. It's just really precise. Like, I really cannot say it much more simply than that. It's just a really precise trick. Like, Rat Proxy is really precise, but I think Nestor Skip is more precise, frankly. But they're different, you know? They're like different animals, you know? It's just an animal. Really, it's just an animal I don't want to tackle right now. You know what I'm saying? It's not like, oh, this trick is too hard. Like, sure, that's part of it, but like, just the nature of why it's hard. You just flop on top of like a curved dragon, but you flop in such a way that you don't perfectly land on top, but imperfectly enough that you drop down at exactly the 4.5 second mark. Like, that's an animal I just don't want to tackle. It's just like, for me, it's just too much for me. Too much for my fragile ego, you could say. But eventually I will. Eventually. I keep teasing that eventually I'll like get better at Nestor Skip, but it's just not today. It's just today's not that day, and I refuse to like. I refuse to feel like, oh well, I'm not, you know. I'm not like trying to be the best I can be, despite that. Like talking about this whole shit definitely like kind of gives the impression that it's like, oh well, I'm not trying my best, you know. But that's not true. I think I am trying my best. I think I'm doing what's right for me to like actually become the best Spyro player I can be. And that actually, for me, that means skipping out on this like little time save at the start. It might sound backwards, but it's just my truth, you know. You call it a cope or whatever. I mean, that's what I'm saying, Ian. Like, there's a whole game to be played here beyond Nestor Skip, you know? Like, I'm trying to focus on that. And then once I really feel like I've optimized everything I wanted to, then we'll go back and, like, see if we can get some runs with Nestor Skip and, you know, take it even further. But right now, I'm just not there yet in my journey to where I really want to do that. And that's okay. That doesn't mean I'm not trying to be the best I can be, or that I'm, like, not capable of improving the world record progression. There's just a lot more to being good at this game than one fucking trick, you know, at the start. As someone who appreciates the intricacies and dedication to speedrunning, is there a speedrunning achievement in any game that blows my mind? I mean, I don't know, like all like the really long, like endurance kind of runs. Like take like all trophies in Melee. That's like a 20-something hour run. 100% on GameCube Animal Crossing is like another one. 100% in Oblivion. Like all of these like 20+ long hour categories that are really just not like the games are just not designed to be beaten in one sitting like that. Wow, I made that. That was crazy. Those are like the most like mind-blowing things to me. Like is the endurance factor to like actually like go against the grain and you know take this game that was literally designed to like have hundreds of hours of content in it and complete like pretty much like all of that in like, you know, a couple dozen hours without stopping, you know, or like in one session, right? Those are like the most mind-blowing runs to me. They're just like the coolest, like conceptual, like runs. Like the real, like you really like explore the edge of humanity, really on runs like that, of like what the human body is capable of. There's something to consider with Nestor. Dude, I've considered Nestor Skip. Like, it would be a little faster to do Nestor Skip. But consider that also I will be resetting a lot more in Artisans. Like, if you think I'm resetting a lot now, if I do Nestor Skip, I'm pretty much never finishing a run. That's just kind of how it goes. And it'll be the sort of thing, I said this earlier, it'll be the sort of thing where if I were to just like do a little bit of Nestor Skip practice and then start doing it in runs, like, it's just not gonna go well because like I'll fucking be doing Nestor Skip for like 20 minutes, half an hour. And then eventually I'm gonna have to say, all right, we're done with Nestor Skip for today. Let's just do runs. It'll be like that. So essentially I'm cutting myself out of like 20, 30 good minutes of grinding a day. Now, the way I can get around that is by really taking a lot of time to only focus on Nestor Skip and really tear down the ego and just say, all right, I want to get as consistent as Days Vagabonds or more, and I'm going to put runs on hold for a minute and just only do that for a day, you know, like that sort of thing, like, or just do like a little bit, like, I don't know, it's just like, it's a real I think you're underestimating the undertaking of implementing Nestor Skip on a max. It's not like, okay, I'll just start doing it and it's not a big deal. Oh, oops, I missed it a couple times. Let's just move on. It's like, it's a real commitment, you know? That's all I'm saying. At least for me, it would be a real commitment. I mean, I guess you could do it like a little bit here or there, but to like really get something out of it, I feel like there needs to be a real commitment there. But it's not to take away from what you're saying. Like, yeah, like obviously, like to be 5 seconds ahead on all my runs or 16 seconds ahead in 120% on a given pace in the early game, that's a big deal. I'm not going to pretend like that's not a big deal. It's just not worth the commitment to me right now. And I know it's a cope. I'm going to be honest. I'm the bitch here. Okay. You know, I'm not like trying to pretend like I'm like cool for this or I'm making like the optimal decision here or anything. I'm making the right decision for my emotional health. It's really one of those things. So, I mean, I just need you guys to respect. I'm sorry if like some of you guys don't respect that or you feel like, just do it anyways. Like, what's the big deal? You don't have to make such a big deal. Like, I'm sorry. It's just a big deal. Like, in my head. Like, I'm sorry it's like that. It just is like that. And, you know, and that's that. I feel bad. I really do. Like, I feel like I have to justify why I'm not going for this trick despite going for world record. And I feel like there's going to be some pace pals that I'll never be able to convince, you know? I feel like there are some demons in my head that are just like, just go for it. Even if you miss it like 1 out of like 100 times, like it's at the start of the run, you might as well. Like that notion will always be like itching at me, you know?
Okay, rolling.
So I will implement it eventually. I'm just not ready yet. Like I really don't know how else to tell you guys this. I'm just not ready, and I can still do good just without it. And I actually like playing this game without it. I'm not at a point where I want to even embrace it like that. And you know, it's complicated. It's not like an easy decision for me. So yeah, I have considered it, you know. I've considered it in detail. And you guys don't, let's not pretend like I haven't practiced it for like many hours as well, you know. But I need many more hours practicing it just so I could get, maybe if I'm like a best case scenario, like half consistent at it, maybe. Like that's what Days is, I guess he claims on a YouTube video. Maybe he's just having a good day on that video though, you know. Maybe he doesn't get it 50% of the time, the rest of the time, you know. 50% of the time it works every time, right? Fucking speedrun logic. You know, it's like you're gonna lose your mind, dude. Like you gotta consider the mental health aspect of this. And I just know that trying to implement that trick right now is just not gonna be healthy for me. I just know it. Like, I'm sorry it's like such a big deal like that. Like I know I'm being a bitch and a baby, but it just is what it is. So I just like I said, I hope you guys can understand. If you don't, then okay, you know. Sorry. You know, that's like all I can say. Does Saboom still speedrun? No, not currently. You can't believe there's people that speedrun 100% Stardew? Yeah, dude. Like all these like farming games and all that, it's like when people say like, oh, 100% Stardew Valley, it's like the reaction's always like, dude, are you serious? Like even amongst speedrunners, you know? Like you're kidding, right? Like that's how, like, that's what makes it like so insane. It's like Like you literally are fighting like the actual design of the game, you know? These games are designed to be like played in so many sessions to get to like a high level, you know, to 100%, you know? Their games are they're designed to not 100%, you know? With games like Stardew Valley and Animal Crossing and Oblivion, like you have to set your own parameters for what 100% even means. Like, so that alone is intriguing. Like, how do you define 100% in Stardew Valley or in Elder Scrolls, you know? So it's like, oh god, I missed a yellow. So it's like it's a real puzzle, you know? It's a puzzle theoretically, and it's a puzzle in execution. You know, to push your body to that limit and like not sleep, or maybe do sleep and then, you know, whatever. How like figuring all that out is a real it's just a really cool thing. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, rolling. Oh, it's been peaceful.
But I think I said this earlier, but thank you, Kanjay, for the sub. I love the little RuneScape emote. He's cute. Oops, a little slow. What's up, Slambo? Thank you for the good luck. Take that. It's gonna be an awkward yellow to grab. I kind of wish I just waited for him. Oops, second or two there. At least I get this guy's gem back. Come on. Ugh. It's like the worst possible cycle. Should be like 100, I think. 101. Yeah, time loss on that. Always working. Today we're just working from behind. Oop. Dude. It's just like some days, this is like the thing, is like some days I feel like being, this is like a subconscious thing. Is like some days I subconsciously just want to play perfectly. And other days I just want to play well, you know? And today is like the latter. Today is like I just want to play well and just solidly, but I don't necessarily want to be like fucking like the most perfect being ever. This run is getting to a point where like you kind of want to be like perfect at every split, you know? not that you have to be in order to get world record, but that like, you know, it's that feeling of like, oh, well, I wasn't literally perfect on the Artisan's Wall Glide, so there goes some time. I wasn't literally perfect in Town Square, so I lost some time. It's like, damn, you know, it's like that's like the real struggle, I think, of speedrunning a game at like a really high level. Is just like the pressure for perfection, you know? Even though perfection isn't really required, it's the pressure of it being like, you know, from the splits and whatever, like you feel the pressure of perfection for sure. And you know what's funny is like, I think people feel that at every level in speedrunning. Because like a brand new player, I was talking to fucking Getro in the fucking, you know, Getro's like a new player, but they feel like, oh, I'm messing this up, all this, like they get more frustrated than I do, you know, sometimes. Not to throw Getro under the bus, but I'm saying this whole concept exists for beginners as well. And like for me, like as a more experienced player, I like look at at people who are like just putting down like, you know, whatever times, like, you know, their first few times, and it's like, how on earth are you being so self-critical right now? Like, you don't need to be perfect. Clearly, you're not going for a world record. But even for me, going for a world record, I still feel that way. And even when you're a beginner, you still feel that way. It's like all these feelings you're always gonna be constantly grappling with about feeling like you have to be perfect. And that's a rough feeling to deal with, because I want to reiterate this: is you don't have to be literally perfect to get good times in speed or to get world records even. Literal perfection is not required here. But near perfection, especially at this level, is like, with these splits, it's the pressure of it builds. Both from myself and from the exterior of like what the goal is. So not that it's real, it's just that it's like a sort of manufactured pressure, you know? Anyways. We don't need to be perfect. You guys don't need to be perfect. I like you guys just the way you are in the chat. You can be imperfect and fat and slow, and that's good with me. Well, why? Yeah, that's exactly why. Dude, lead the pwn. I mean, you're hitting the nail on the head. Why did top runners say that their PBs suck? It's because they feel the pressure of perfect. They feel that if they're not more perfect, then they might as well. Then it just sucks, even if it is a world record. That's exactly what I'm saying here, is that they're suffering from too much pressure from that. And so they have a warped view on like what good even is. I have a warped view on what good is. Like my runs today have been good, but they haven't been like as perfect as I want, you know? And so it's just, oh, well, they're just trash then, you know? Because I'm like, what, like 10 seconds behind like a really good PB, you know, or something. It's just hard to keep things, like, to bring things to reality like that without succumbing to the pressure. That's all I'm saying. And that's true at all skill levels. That was the other thing I was saying. Suffering from success, exactly. Drunk and slutty. That's what I am. Thank you for sharing, Goyle. 280, I'll take that. Fuck. Another one. Boom, boom, boom. Dropping gems. I wish I could have grabbed those greens, but that fodder intercepts you. I mean, you kind of just gotta dodge them. No point. Boom, 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 boom. Where are my spinners in the chat? Who's hyped for this run? I feel like this run's got some potential. Yes, I'm a little behind, like every run today, but you know, PB's still in the cards. It's not over yet. A little behind on gems, I will say that. But definitely not, we're not down and out for the count yet. Post a spinner in the chat, bitch. You guys hear the ambulance out there? Wee woo, wee woo. What's up, Zoshal? Runs are going all right. Runs haven't been insane today. I've only completed like a single run that was like a 40-minute time. But this run has, as I mentioned earlier, this run has some potential. It's not dead yet. I just, you know, some days I just struggle to like hold on to paces. Today's kind of one of those days. Even though I'm playing solid, I'm not like playing like better than my PB, I guess. Dude, Ash tied world record. Wow. That's amazing. GG's. That's cool to see. Dude, I knew Ash was gonna come in and do some shit. I fucking called it. I said by this weekend, this world record is getting lowered by someone. You know? That's cool that it was a tie though, so it's like it's still. What would have like been like kind of like aw to me is if they'd have gotten like a fucking like 37-10 or something, you know, then it would have been like, oh well, I guess I'm not beating record anymore. But that's cool that it's tied now. So it's like the motivation to get record for me is still the same. And that's just looking at it selfishly. Like, obviously, if they got like an even better time, that would be props, you know, be respect from me. Just talking about my own motivation. You're just here to come. Thank you for sharing. Welcome. Uh-oh. That's not good. This is really bad. Fuck. I'm not getting world record today, I'll tell you that much. 35:49 on Ash's run. That's cool. That's dope. Didn't lose too much time. Goyle with the 100 bits. Thank you for that. And down to the nanosecond. Well, you gotta remember, in this game we time to the nearest whole second. Or we time, what it is we round down to the nearest whole second. Is how it works. So if you get if say for example, I'm not saying this is what happened, but say for example, Ash got a 37:19.9 and Ash got a 37:19.1, they would still be tied because we round down to the nearest whole second. Or rather, we round down to the whole second, not the nearest whole second, but down to the whole second. My sum of, I don't know what my sum of best is. I actually don't keep track of it. A little quirky of me, but that just is what it is. Yeah, Ash tied world. I'm gonna be getting messages about this all fucking for the rest of my stream now, huh? Yeah, I'm aware. GG's to Ash. Dude, Getro, you keep stressing about starting your splits like early and late. Dude, you can retime your run after it's done. You don't have to start your splits like perfectly. Like just because you started your split like a second late, you can just double check like, you know, your video of the run, which you are locally recording, right? And you can just frame count it, you know? You don't need to, your timer doesn't need to be literally perfect. So yeah, if you're off by like a few milliseconds, it does not matter on your timer. Laura and Ash have tied 3 times. They've tied at least twice. I don't know about 3 times, but at least twice. Feel free to correct me on that. What's up, Ethan? Runs have been okay. Yeah, GG's to Ash on a tied world record. Maybe I can do that one day. Not to make it about me. GG's to Ash. Shit's dope. Ash Bongton Nasty would have been this. I'm sure you could say, but think about this, Whitebait. You could say that about so many parts of a person's run. Like, just because you saw one obvious mistake towards the end. I mean, like, that same logic about, oh, well, it would have been world record if they'd have done this level a little bit more clean. If they'd have done, so, like, it's kind of like a flawed, like, line of logic. You know what I'm saying? Like, as long as a run isn't perfect, then a run will always would have been something. You know? So I don't really like playing those, like talking along those lines, because it's kind of like it's like a rabbit hole, you know? It's a rabbit hole of shoulda, coulda, woulda, which is just not reality. But I hear you. It's like, oh, if I'd have just done this differently. It leads to a lot of mental struggle to be like thinking about those sorts of things as a runner. Because like I said, your runs will never be perfect. So you're always going to be facing like oh, I could have, would have, you know, you have to like try to avoid those actual like, those lines of thoughts. I find for me to like stay sane in this hobby. It's like the run was what it was. Like there's no like you have to try to think that there is no would've, could've, you know. In theory, sure, but like we got to stay in reality here and not be thinking too like hypothetically about stuff. We got to just like appreciate what we have now, appreciate the current record, and not sour it by saying woulda, coulda, shoulda. You know what I'm saying? That's just my outlook on that. Because I bet you $1 million Ash is saying that shit. Ash is probably be like, oh, if I hadn't have bonked, if I hadn't have this, if I hadn't have that. Like, we can't avoid it. Oh, fuck, I forgot to grab that guy. So that is like a bit of a battle there, you know? Bit of a mental battle against your own mind, you know? Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Yeah, because here's another way of looking at it. You'll always be like, oh, if I'd have just done this thing better, but you never would say, oh, if I'd have just done this thing worse. You never say that. Why don't you say that? What about the parts you did good? Oh, well, I should have done this section worse. Well, funny that we never say that. You know, but it's the same logic. It's just that mistakes are more obvious and more memorable than things going correctly. Yeah, Boomy. I could have stepped away mid-run to take a fat shit. So in theory, that makes up for the bonk I had at the end or whatever. You know, it's like, it's literally like, that's how like silly it is. To really be saying shit like, oh, well, I made this mistake. Like, yeah, but you also did this thing right. So if you're gonna give yourself the benefit of the doubt that you did something wrong, you gotta give yourself the benefit of the doubt that you do something right. And so at that point, you're just endlessly like theorizing at that point about like a different run that didn't happen, basically. If you really want to be honest about like that whole train of thought, you know? But I think it has something to do with like the way our brains are wired. It's like we look for patterns, we look for errors, we look to clean up things so that they look like, for something to go well is like the accepted, like that's the accepted standard, right? It's just hard to describe, but it's like we're looking for every little mistake. When we see especially a good speed run, our brains like go to, all right, where are the mistakes? You know? And disregard, in turn, disregard what went well. It's fine to, by the way, I'm not saying you like never analyze the mistakes, you know. I'm saying going along the mindset of well, it could have been or it would have been this, is that it's just a flawed line of thinking. That's all I'm saying. Because a run could be any number of things that it isn't, both good and bad. So just because you see one bad thing that can be corrected doesn't mean that, you know what I mean, that has any more value than any other things that you're not seeing or not assuming could go wrong. Like, you could just make a fucking stupid mistake mid-run, you know? And the fact that you don't do that is really unusual in a PB, you know what I mean? So if you're gonna say, oh, well, you know, there's a bonk here, I lose a half a second, but I did this level correctly when I could have biffed it and lost 30 seconds, you know? So that's like the full train of thought, you know? And at that point, the end of that train of thought is that there's an infinite amount of different possibilities that could have happened that are not reality. So let's just appreciate reality and not try to live too much in the shoulda, coulda, woulda. That's all, that's like the whole thing. I think I've said this in a number of words so much already. I think everyone gets it. But still though, you know, being able to realize that and still be like, all right, there's this much time loss. Say I were to have the same, now we're going to be hypothetical for like a future run. Like, where could I save time on these splits? Like, it's fine. As long as you can like accept that, like, if you're, you know, saying time loss, you know, you have to also acknowledge where you're playing well as well, if you're really gonna like be honest with yourself. Or else it's just one-sided. And we're always so, as speedrunners, we're always so one-sided about time loss. We never acknowledge when we do like a whole section, a whole homeworld like perfectly. It's just, oh well, we bonk here at the end of all that, so, you know, or whatever. I did not check my gem count. I really should have. I'll ask for a chat assist here. What was my gem count exiting Wild Flight? Does anyone know? So I do care that this run does that part correctly. I'm not sure if I want to skip stuff here or not. If I don't see a message that says so. You guys are a little late. I was late. It was my bad. It was my bad. Not you guys. I'll just grab all these guys. Just safer this way. I will skip that guy. With the infinite amount of ways a Spyro speedrun can go, it's crazy that none of those possibilities, of those infinite possibilities, include getting any bitches on your dick, bro. Like, that's crazy, right? 379. Okay, that's good. That's good. 3791. That's better than I was expecting. I could have been more ballsy there, actually. But we're good. Chilling. Beautiful. Love that. Bringing it back a little. That was a good bog. That was one of the big time saves in my splits, so that was nice. Solid bog. And keeping the gem count up as well, which is nice. Push me, but no biggie. This run is still PBable. I know I'm a little behind, but this run can totally PB still. I really believe. Is this Dragon's Dogma? Yeah, correct. Dragon's Dogma 2, that's the game that just came out, and what did I tell you guys? You guys all forgot about it. Fucking all of you guys were asking me, are you gonna play Dragon's Dogma 2? You're gonna play Dragon's Dogma 2. Literally 2 days went by, and you guys all forgot that game existed. Was I right or was I right? So funny, dude. It's so funny being a streamer when like a new game comes out. Are you gonna play this game? Are you gonna play this game? Are you gonna play this game? And then literally it's like flipping a switch. Like 2-3 days, maybe a week at the most goes by, and then everybody just forgets that that game exists. It's fucking hilarious. It's like a flip. Switch flip. Tony Hawk. Oop, exit. I could have just exited early there, I guess, because of my gem count. But whatever. Get to be a little bit ballsy here towards the end game. Not gonna work. That's a real shame. That might cost me PB. It sucks. I needed that. Let's just keep it moving here. Try to recoup lost time. Ooh, I missed that gold. That sucks. A lot of loose gems there. Not a big deal. I was over-gemmed. I need that, though. I literally cannot miss another one. It sucks. I'm definitely losing time here. My run's probably dead, I'm guessing. Yeah. I don't know if that's dead, but that's not good. That was not a good medal hit. Lost gems and time. Bad. Really gotta jump charge that more. Saving time back. I would have gotten back in the green with a better metalhead. Woulda, coulda, shoulda, right? Am I right, guys? Get my head out of that, you know? It's a challenge. It's a challenge to keep your head out of that headspace. Okay, give me the flop. God damn, that was a close attempt, but not enough. Oh my god, Laura, did you hear Ash got a... Did you hear Ash? Just kidding. I know you know. Did you hear... Did... GG Ash. They're not here right now, but in spirit. I'm just being an annoying chatter here, don't mind me. Everyone's bonker billies for Pal World. You're not Ash? But did you hear? I don't know if you heard. I just wanted to give you the information that Ash tied your record, dude. I don't know if you knew that. No, people have been pretty good today about not being like annoying about that. I appreciate that. Yeah, did you hear? Your world record has been challenged by another? Did you know that? I don't know if you knew that, so I just wanted to share that with you. How does that make you feel? Tell me all about that. Blah, 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 blah. I love speedrunning. I love being an armchair speedrunner. I'm a part of speedrunning history by telling you this information. Spyro 4. Okay, there's a blue outside. We're at 2-9. We can skip the gold. Yeah, we can skip the gold. And that's it. Dope. Please. Okay. This is like awkward movement, but it's fine. Come on, just get up there. Well, there goes the actual pace. Whatever it was, it's completely dead now. That's twice today I failed that, actually. I've been fucking up that jump. Some days, you just can't get it. Today was like not meant to be. I mean, I really believe it. Like I gave a really good effort today, but today was not meant to be. That's cool. Today was Ash's day. That's all right. Still got a few more days this week to pull something out of my bum. You guys like my coping? My good coper. Chocolate? I didn't even check my gem count. I think I'm fine, yeah. right, well, hey, let's see if we can get a good rat here. Still squeeze out a 37. At least pretend like I got good runs today. We can do that. Cope is still real. Oh my god! Come on. Ah! I was feeling that one. I was feeling zesty on that one. Dude, oh, this game hates me, dude. All the good karma went to Ash today. You came across my old Instagram, like you dug up my personal Instagram. Thanks for checking that out, I guess. Bad attempt. That was I didn't put my heart into that attempt. Yeah, I'm getting edged extremely hard by this rat. I would love to get it before this game over. It would be nice. No, late. I suck. Ash eclipsed the world on the evening. Oh, here comes Ricky. On the evening of the solar eclipse, Ash did the impossible on a night like no other. Like on my video. I didn't even know this. Apparently my first world record I got in this game was on the winter solstice. I don't even know what that is. So, little Ricky moment there. On the eve of the solar eclipse, Ash did what one other person already did. Legendary. Still sick though. I'm memeing around, but it's fucking so dope that Ash actually tied record today. I'm so glad, and this is my ego talking right now. I'm so glad Ash tied record and didn't like beat it too hard. Because I was saying earlier, if Ash had gotten like a 37-10 or something, that would have really affected my motivation to like grind. I would just be grinding for PB and not world record anymore. So it's nice that I can still be on a world record grind right now. GG. Yeah, Ash did not beat it too hard. Thankfully.
Kind of forgot about you.
Thankfully for me, for my fragile ego. Thankfully.
Nasty Nork is toast.
So now there's order again in the.
I always say this, like the best case scenario in speedrunning isn't that you beat a record by a lot. It's that you beat it many times by like 1 second, or like tie it or something like that. That makes for the best storyline. Because it really makes everything look like really close and like, oh man, I don't know who's gonna pull ahead here. And it's just you get to have those good moments like more, you know? At a certain point, like a game's gonna only get so optimized, you know? So you want to get as many, you know, ideally you want to get as many PBs as you can along the way. Like, I would rather have like 10 1-second PBs than one like massive breakthrough PB. Unfortunately, it's, you know, you can't really know what's going to happen. Usually it's some mix of those two things. Sometimes you'll have a crazy breakthrough. Sometimes you'll just get a tie world record like Ash. And most of the time you won't get shit like me. God damn it. Fuck. But it's been a good grind overall, and we're going to keep it moving into tomorrow. I'm not sure if I want to do more runs today. I don't think I do. I feel like I've used up my chakra today, especially like with Ash, like having gotten their run. Like I don't want to like. I feel like I'm kind of beating a dead horse right now. I just can't get good paces today. It's just kind of what it is. I have to kind of read the writing in the stars, in the solar eclipse. Because I didn't look at the solar eclipse. That was the problem. Fucking the universe is punishing me. So yeah, but no, good vibes. Honestly, like it's a cope. Today's been a cope. I'll say it. But the vibes have been good. I've been very chatty with you guys. You know, I haven't been on some crazy like insanity, like, oh, I'm grinding super hard, blah, 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 quiet for like 20 minutes. I'm just playing, just talking, hanging with you guys. So, you know, the vibes are good, I think. I think my vibes were great today. I don't know what you guys think, but fuck you. I think my vibes were great. I think I'm just gonna raid Ash. If Ash is still online, I think I will raid Ash. Oh, Ash is doing Vortex now. That's cool. I wonder if Ash, I'm sure Ash will keep grinding any percent. That's my guess, is that they're just taking a little breather right now, but they'll come back to the any percent grind tomorrow or something, whenever. You raid, hit the raid button, slash raid. I wish there was a raid button. Raid Ash Nice quote there, DZ. Mind-bogglingly negative runs, more like. Dude, I love holding this mic. It feels like I'm holding just a big old fucking dick. It feels good. Yeah, there is an actual raid button. Like, I can enable it. I don't even know how to do that. I can just press a button and then just like select a name like from a list. But then I'd have to have like my recommended streamers like added to a list, wouldn't I? I'm too lazy. Who cares? I'll do it the old-fashioned way. I say I want a raid button, but I feel like if I think about it, I actually don't want it. Guys, thank you for watching. Good vibes. Spam a GG in Ashes. Type a big GG on GG GG PB, GG new world record, GG tie world record. Type something like that in big caps in Ash's chat. I'll catch you guys tomorrow, and we'll get back to this. Love you guys. Peace.